Good evening, everyone. It has only been sparse hours since a rainy night on Stoke-on-Trent crowned UKEL victors and ended the summer season. And to follow up the next thing, the next adventure, the NLC Regional Promotional Series, I'm Temporal, joined with Brackish Brit. For this evening, we're going to be showcasing a whole bunch of games. We're going to start with 3 from Group A, then a few Group Bs to spice things up, and wherever we can find them, we will be saying hello to Venom, Cresta, and Broad and friends. Brack, how you doing?
Pretty good. The event pox apparently has been, spreading through a lot of people who were at the event. But you and I both, obviously, we got to power through. The season is not over yet. We're still doing promos.
I feel amazing right now. I don't feel like I'm full of the lurgy. I don't feel like my spine's about to break in half. We're gonna have an incredible evening. So
I mean,
get involved and stick around
for debate. I'm a little worried about the spine, but as long as you can maintain a general upright position, I think it'll be fine.
That's what the brace is for. I've bought a brace today. Yeah. That's incredible news. Incredible news. Nearly as incredible as our first game of the evening. Batsu 5 up against B2U. I preferred your old name, fellas. Bardicated to you is that's rhythmic almost.
Yeah, big fan. But you know what I'm an even bigger fan of, especially as, old men of the scene like you and I. So many of these names are those that I remember from years past casting NLC second division before the return of the national leagues were even an idea considered of. And yeah, I see names like, MKR, Mikkel, Forsland, Nord. There was a whole split where I was basically running the MRG broadcast for Luna, who was coaching that team, and Nord was one of her players at the time. It was, it feels very serendipitous. And
it is what it is. Oh, and talking of Munster,
Swift.
Our junglers are getting eviscerated in pick and ban. All the fun ones.
I mean, that doesn't entirely shock me. And of course, we do want to, hit the ground running of pointing out that this is Bastu 5, Finland's first seed on the red side, and B2U, Sweden's first seed on blue. And we were talking before about our Four Nations representatives and how coming into this, perhaps before I'd looked at who was actually coming out of the other national leagues, I was feeling pretty decent for the Four Nations representatives. But I'll tell you what, like, every national league has put out some really strong competition. I think this is going to be like a really hard fought league stage.
Yeah, I'm sort of remembering back last time we did RPS. I think Bloodline were just like undefeatable,
Yes,
unstoppable.
Yes, they were.
None of these first seeds have like gone undefeated. Batsu 5 not finished first all year except the winter, which is the most recent. No, I'm getting confused. Sweden doesn't have a summer, and it's really thrown me for a loop these last few minutes. Haven't finished first since winter of regular season. Okay. And B2U have finished first in autumn, but the playoffs aren't done. Doesn't matter because the points are all allocated anyway. But it's not there. Play first pick, not crazy. Control majors right now, good times. Everything is fearless, I think, but it's best of one. So
it's best, for now. Everything is fearless in that it's best of one.
I'm not afraid. Doesn't make any.
I think so. I'm interested how best of one affects this though, because my mind always reminds myself of. This is a bit of a deep cut, but in StarCraft, the late great Total Biscuit ran the King of the Hill, Shoutcraft Kings, and it was best of one, winner stays on StarCraft, and everyone was like, "Oh, everyone's just going to cheese. Everyone's just going to cheese." No, because one cheese that went wrong meant that you lost your win streak, which means people were actually playing really good, really fundamental StarCraft, and not wanting to, give up that win. I don't think that means that we might not see, a couple of perhaps a little bit out of pocket picks, but for the
Yeah,
most part, only 2 teams from each group make it out.
it's important. Best of one is very easy to slip far behind. Double melee approach into Zyra from Batsu 5 is certainly an interesting take. Jin Zhao can mitigate this with the ultimate, but we're long cooldowns into short cooldowns. And Corki will send that punishment straight back over. Could be Corki mid with an AP jungle, something we've seen less and less of over the year. Yuvez gonna get his Gwen sorted out. Not a bad position
So,
into a Kazante. That is I'm
I
getting
like that.
impressed with Batsu 5 so far. No, B2U
Predicted.
the letters are
But
so similar, it's gonna do me straight in.
BTU
B2U.
is, yep. So, I like what I'm seeing. This current setup, if we believe that the Zyra's going into the jungle, which I think it can go either jungle or support, would infer that we want some AD in the mid lane. Otherwise, we're going to be very, very, very heavy on magic damage.
Mm.
And if it ends up going into support, though, obviously you could end up with double. I mean, you still have that potential problem of too much magic damage. So I'm interested to see what BTU want to do to remedy that. Like, I suppose there's the hypothetical that you could put Gwen into the jungle and do something a bit interesting with it, but no, I think that you know Gwen does so well, or just kind of lives through the early game with the Kazante and scales up at a roughly commensurate rate.
Mm.
That that seems perfectly fine, and we should be expecting to see a mid laner, unless they want to send the Corki mid, which I d-
We'll see,
I
we'll see.
don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
how
not
much I like
convinced.
that into the way.
I'm not
You try and Valkyrie
convinced.
forwards straight into the fear.
Yeah, it's alright, don't get me wrong, it's alright, but it's yeah, you're taking things a little slower than Corki likes to at the best of times. Second phase here, Zyra likely to the jungle. So 2 support pans over from Batsu 5. They've taken the titular bard away. I think Nautilus would go pretty hard here. Rel also on the engage. Gonna give up less of the lane presence for that CC though.
Yeah. I mean, the with the Corki, I think especially Alistair's weak level 1 can be exposed because if you get an early trade on the level 1 with the Rel, that can really set up your lane for success. If you're doing it with an Alistair, you're almost certainly committing flash to do it, which is
Mm.
it comes with its own problems.
Kaiser coming through. MKR and MKL,
That's
both
Nico.
very experienced AD carries. The Nico, just lane domination, complete pain, playing a little mini game all game long of like, how many minions were here? Did I count this
Yep.
properly? The
I
great
hate
skill
playing
check.
against Nico because I have to actually think. If I'm a laner, it's like, oh, wait, there's only meant to be 3. Oh, I'm dead.
Last pick for the mid lane. You're up into Hui Zinzao, and you've known it for a while.
It
The Corki is
is.
going mid. It's
Okay.
Jin. Hmm. I don't mind this into the Nico so
No.
much. I think you're gonna end up with ability to check from far away. As long as you're patient with your Zyra setup, I think you're fine. I think I like BTU's comp a little bit more. I think they should be able to hold the elements of Batsu 5 that want to get in and sort of check with chins at arm's length. And whether they are able to do that will be the check, but it's on them to make the first mistake.
Yeah, mid lane is what is interesting to me because, of course, yes, Corki was very good in mid for a little while at the start of the year, but
Mm,
got moved to be more towards bot lane. Specifically into the Hui, I'm just really curious to see how much he can do in the early stage of the game because Hui is billed as, oh, just be aggressive into him. Just like really go forwards, really, fist fight him in the early stages of the game. In my
if you can.
experience, he sometimes still wins that,
Yeah.
but depending on, Valkyrie positionings, being able to dodge the gazes of the Abyss and the other CC elements, if you keep if Forceland can keep landing consistent damage, then I think they can probably leverage some good pressure out of that. If they can force Way to stay in lane while Corki is able to roam, of course, that's going to be very much in BTU's favor.
We'll have to see. We are just waiting for our spectator delay and getting into the game to get underway. I don't know. I don't think we can flash the draft back on. Yes, I haven't got that. Never mind. No, I was small hint audience. We're in a different time than you, and I was looking back, and we're only halfway done on stream, so can't just go and harvest that off of Twitch just yet. But it means if this delay goes on a little bit longer, I can. But we're gonna have to fill some time.
So, specifically, thanks, Wikipedia. I forgot that doesn't. I clicked on the things to be like, oh yeah, let me just remind myself who's where.
All right, we have had a little bit of a fault in game on top of the normal delay, so we are actually going to be here for a minute. That means we're going into podcast mode. Yep, good job. Whoever has been unfortunate enough to be in this scenario. Right, Brack, have you opened the Twitch stream yet? Have you noticed what I've done? This will be our first filler segment.
I had it open, but then
that's all right. That's okay because we're focusing on things.
We got time.
Actually, the blame doesn't lie with any players or anyone in the game. It's another one of us. It's another one of the streamers. I can't believe you've done this. Other nameless streamer. How could you? How could you? You may notice the pinned message at the top contains a command on the Twitch stream.
It does. It also has misspelled Venom Crest.
Well, that's why that one didn't work, so I'm going to go fix that.
We have time. It's all good.
Unpin this message, unpin after hide for yourself. So, right, I'll unpin it. I can't believe I can't spell Venom Crest.
So,
right, I know the broad one works.
I mean, as we would hope. Yeah. So while trying to
okay. If you do two commands, it still only does the one, which is why I didn't notice. But I've spelt it right now, and I'm just gonna there we go. Actually, let's click manual and done. Excellent. So there is a pinned message at the top of the Twitch stream with some extra stuff, and I see. In our past, but your future, some people are cheering for other teams. Maybe if your favorite team is not from the UKL, so we've done once of those, or if you have a favorite chant or thing that likes to get spammed in Twitch chat, do just type it, and I'll just add it to Moobot as we go. I think that's the
honestly, yes, that would be fantastic. So, my another sort of moment of speculation. I know, of course, Zyra and a lot of the sort of mage junglers are renowned for incredibly fast first clears. The question I have, therefore, is Apetsky on the Bastu 5 side. Xin Zhao might not be clearing as quickly, but is known to be one of those champions that can be very, very aggressive in the early stages of the game. Not necessarily sure how well that would go if he tries to jump specifically onto Nord, because all Nord really needs to do is press E, laugh, and walk away. But trying to get some early ganks down.
Oh, you go mid. You go mid for sure.
Absolutely could go mid. And try and get some of that pressure off of Made. We were talking about, of course, Corki's early game is very strong, and putting Forceland behind could disrupt what BT is trying to do.
Yeah, I like it. I think the main way Corki mid has fallen away is you've got a lot of supports like Rel in this game, Leon and Orlis at the moment that make it even harder to approach the AD carry cleanly, even if you have dashes and the like. With it, Corki on mid without flash, you can sort of try and get behind the Valkyrie, is very prone to pushing waves. If you walk up with the Gatling gun, you will just sort of pepper a bunch of damage down. And it means it's very easy to get that wave slightly towards your opponent's tower, but if they are also a mage, they can slow it down to prevent the crash. So you can end up in some unfavorable situations there. And it's not unusual. get that level 4 flash, just run mid, get that done, and then go back.
Yeah. If Fosland isn't careful in how he manages the waves, then could be very, very susceptible to ganks and then repeat ganks. Looking elsewhere, you don't necessarily foresee top lanes being that explosive. That being said, sometimes I look away from top lane, look back, and Kazante's gotten a solo kill. And of course, Gwen has, over the course of the past few months, had some changes that have made her early game considerably stronger. So who knows? Like, if Hola or Guvez find a profitable angle, then top lane
I love your framing of like much easier, because like those changes, man. Like, what were we doing?
They were not necessarily well received, let's say, but
well received by me, because like now I only have to snip once. Like, I only have to snip once, but I don't think they achieved the written goal. There we go. That's one way of saying.
We were talking about we're talking diplomatically. Should we say? As
right, no one look. We're in the back rooms right now. It's important. It's important.
There we go. 4 members of Bastu 5 stacking up towards the bottom side of the rift. It's a more standard line of scrimmage, at least at baseline for BTU. Does this mean we're actually going to see an invade angle from Bastu? I mean, the ward straight down there from Nodu would make an invade, well, basically impossible, or at least not unknown.
I'm down infinite. Everyone nice and spread out, and the mage junglers at level 1 do not offer a lot here. No,
have I been baited?
Just
it's spelled STU though.
Nope.
What?
Can I read? Have I done this wrong?
Wait.
Me. No, you did it right. Carry on.
Okay.
You can read.
Let's go. Bastu 5. All right. We are stepping on in as the wave first crashes. Euphoria is not fooling anyone as the way there.
Hold on, there's a way over here. I like this.
How many times, actually, this is another Gwen thing. How many times do you play a game and there's a Nico? I realize I said Gwen. When there's a Nico in a game, and you walk up to the first wave and go, wait, hang on, why is Tristana in mid?
You gotta have the moment of realization of the game.
Yeah, it's always the double take.
It's always champions with very good auto attack animations or attack speed or nicer range. So it's always a lovely range of characters. Euphoria just going a little short there. We'll get a reasonable splash of damage from the comet down onto Nicola Nodu though. The wave coming in, not a huge deal when Nico is involved. Early levels, just to hold on until everyone's got a few more tools to deal with the tricks.
So speaking about AP junglers and fast clears, Nord is already partway through his bot side camps. Spotted on a ward though. It seems like Apetsky might try and invade, which
so
could be very nice.
By finishing the grab, Nord is no stronger. It's still going to be level 3 versus 3. He's not going to level up to 4. Apetsky's just going to hold on here.
I'm going to assume he's going to try. Oh, never mind. He walks on over. Will be able to land a full combo. Is there a knockup coming through as well? They're not dropping it. Has to flash away, and the blue will be stolen.
It's a nice invade. It's an excellent invade. Holding on until the Q was used. Hola.
Doing okay. He will be able to survive for now. Should be able to catch this wave underneath the turret. A snip, I don't think should be able to kill at this level.
No, it's 280 health. Just a little too much. At the end of the world. Mage just going to start pushing the wave now, looking for his reset potentially into a tier of the goddess. Or maybe his lost chapter if he has just ticked over enough gold there. It's pretty close right now.
Nord is towards the bottom side though, and considering MPR and Euphoria are extremely pushed up, there's the flash, there's the engage. Euphoria trying to get out. The root doesn't land, but it does not matter as Nord will hoover on up the first kill of the game. Nodu chasing MKR away towards the mid lane, but Forsland not in a position where he can really move right now. I say that, he is trying to move, but the wave being pushed in by Made means that, yeah, he has to respond by just catching it at this point. But still, BTU are the ones on the board first.
Just back to us for a second while we get over a little pause timer. And it's a pretty good start to the early game for both teams. I think the invade set Nord on a different path and didn't shake him as much as the blue team would have thought it would have. So straight back into bot lane, able to get the revenge down onto the overpushed Bastu5 bottom lane. Let's just see if they can bounce back, because the small, slim CS leads generated there. Not really adding up to the kill.
Look at Afetsky though, really aggressively counter jungling.
Oh,
mid wave. You see this. And we've got the movement. Euphoria catching Forsland off of the back of the teleport. Immediately loses 90% of his health. Nodu has moved up as well. Afetsky has the flash available. Will need to use it to get on out. Nodu really wants to try and chase this one down. Unfortunately, the slow from the wind becomes lightning. There's too much to work through. More towards the top side. Polar gets a kill onto Guves. Let's see what happens here.
The end of the tower, gets a sweet spot, but is stuck up in front. The immediate stun. Ouch. Okay.
Yep. You know what I was saying about looking away from top laner and suddenly someone's dead?
Yeah, being in front of you, Tara, against Cassante is a rough time for the best. Yeah, the additional stun into grasp there with the passive proc, more than enough to add up quickly. That's kind of like a taste of Gwen's own medicine, right? She's normally pretty good at weaving a bunch of damage together. There are a few builds with grasp at the moment.
I would have quite liked to see grasp on the Gwen this game. Again, just...
Oh, no. We've got 100-0 some people this game. It's,
That's
I
true.
think the more measured play will definitely be covered by Zyra, by Rel. We're not going to be in that sort of spiky fashion on the side lanes. It's just going to be all in all the time.
Forsland was not able to build an early advantage, and so is now really not all that happy. I have to assume by where his health was that he ended up not recalling after taking that route from the teleport.
After the teleport. It's alright, he had his teammates there. Not a huge loss at this stage.
Top lane might become a bigger loss if Ola continues to press his advantage as he is. And of course, with the really early Negatron cloak pickup and absolutely no requirement to build any damage items because Cassante does Cassante things. You just keep on shoving this wave ad nauseum. Guves, you need to not fall for this twice. Don't stand in front of the turret, my guy.
I don't think we got a demolish proc on, but all the same. Plenty of damage to the tower. You want the extra plate gold at this stage, makes a huge difference. Slowing down Gwen before she gets the chance to throw some needles at your teammates. Sounds like an excellent win condition for the Cassante. We're looking at objectives across the map right now. Dragon's been up for a little while with...
Seem to really care.
Yeah, no, it's not been an import to grab the first kin from Dragon, but with Grubs coming up...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, quick one versus one. Easily taken down. Paula had the flash advantage, used it to maximum capacity, and it will get an easy recall off ahead of these Grubs. No teleports, but I don't think anyone's super worried about taking this down straight away.
Nodu is spotted. Nord is spotted towards the bottom side of the rift. So if a Drake start were to happen, it would be very much within the ken of Bastu5. There are the Void Grubs spawning up again. Neither team seems particularly focused on them. Forsland has not been able to build up an advantage. Made is seemingly quite happy, in fact, to walking out the lane. He's pretty much dead even, which for the way is a... I'd say that's a a bargain, effectively.
I think it's alright. I don't think anyone's pushing the boat out yet. It's also the duality of having an AP jungler from the BTU side. They want to enrich themselves as much as they can at this stage in the game. First item makes a huge difference.
Greedy.
If you don't keep up on farm, it's really easy to slip behind into sort of an unrecoverable death spiral. So no one's going to pull out this dragon. I think assuming the Petski is over on the grubs right now. In bot lane with priority, Euphoria
they
recall.
have vision on it, so they know he's not there. They're just going to hard commit to it, and with the positioning, with the recalls coming through, it will be a nice, easy, secure on the first objective of the game for BT.
Oh no! Wreck was that?
Never mind, just about dodges through, but does get caught. No ultimate use though. Spiral just there held on to, knowing that he probably doesn't have quite enough damage just yet to burst out the remainder of Force's health, but the Corki will be forced back to base, and now Apetsky, after coming out of the base with the Tunneler, with the Warhammer in pocket, will be able to pick up these grubs. Nord, he's going to move across, potentially try and secure something, and even just one steal would be nice. I mean, and there it is. Nodu is in the area as well. Euphoria too. There's the other void grub going down. Nodu tries for a little bit of a commit, but it's not. It's somewhat half-hearted, shall we say. Try to punish on the way out. 2 grubs to 1, which means we're even on the jungle.
Bit of a shame that Apetsky didn't use the smite in the second grub where there was contest. It doesn't mean they will not be able to secure all 3. You're prioritizing it with that Cassante though, and that's plenty of extra damage for your top laner who has made inroads into tower plate so far. Porcelain moving down here now in the 1 versus 1 versus MKR level up, and much more pressure from the Corki. No combat summoner though. I'm not going to stick around forever. Rotation. Maybe not made the best of here as Euphoria is once again on that mid wave. Hidden in the cannon minions.
Okay. Is third time the charm for Porcelain? Okay. The minion walks completely out of formation as NKR getting dove on. Flash has to be used, and Nickel, can he weave with Curtain Call? Yes, he can. 2 for 2. Is the current scoreline. Ola looking for the angle to try and pick up another kill, perhaps onto Gurvez. He's going to jump over the wall and away. Next kill, of course, would be Feat of Warfare.
Excellent takeaway from the cannon minion there. Denying win the gold. Just, you know, that's sensible top lane ultimate usage, if you ask me. Just really upset your opponent. Apetsky's behind on bot.
Right on in. Nodu's going to jump through. Will be taking a lot of chunky damage, but of course with the aftershock, going to be able to tank that pretty well. Nord moving through as well. Made is in the vicinity as well, as MKR coming back out from base. Play seems to have been diffused. It's over 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns, so neither team really needs to commit to this in any real sense.
Best to keep your flashes, best to keep everything available. Top lane though, different story, as it has been an ego check so far.
Guvez does now have needlework while Polar is lacking the all-out. I don't know if there is an angle for him to try and punish here with the Gwen. Doesn't have any stacks for the snip.
I think Haunting Guys versus Sheen Negatron is a bad move. Oh, just gets in time.
Guvez, I mean, you can't respect the needlework. The true damage from the 1,000 cuts will go straight through that Negatron cloak. Apetsky coming top to at least try and avenge that kill, although deciding against chasing Guvez. So, first feat secured, Warfare there for BPU. Still waiting for objectives to come through. Of course, the advantage towards towers definitely there for Basti 5, considering the work Hole I was able to put in earlier.
Absolutely. And does you know, that's got to feel pretty rough. Goes back to base and had the item completion before the fight. That's a little bit of disrespect from Hole. Do you think he's going to be able to flip back the Gwen into the tower? But here we are, not quite able to complete. Pings down onto mid, Nodu. Just going to move down, just going to check out what's going on behind this dragon pit with a minute to go.
Just barely misses Euphoria on the back. Drop the control ward down. You can see control. I mean, look at all of those red wards. That is a nice, just wall of vision. set down by B2U, and a lot of work going to have to be committed by Basti5 in the next 40 seconds if they want to really contest this second Dragon pickup. Meanwhile, Blade's coming through. Gurvez now procs the Conqueror and is able to heal back just a little bit. But the problem with these trades is Conqueror is falling off every single time, and a lot of that potential healing is just being lost.
You'll be alright with the... Petsky thought about that. Thought about fully committing. B5 have got themselves by force into the river now. They didn't go through the Jin traps above the Tribush, but they have come in through mid lane, where Made is trying to push the lane as fast as possible.
Gurvez, I think he was trying to extend Conqueror. He's thinking about dropping down the needlework. In fact, he dropped it down now. Both ultimates running and taking through. It will be the needlework running all the way through to fight Nodu. But what's the side? I think it's currently unblocked. Mangstorm coming through. There is a Jin Zhao ultimate, but it does not get used in time. Nord will pick up that kill. Made and Euphoria forced away, and it will be a second Drake pickup for BTU.
Smooth moves from Nodu there to lock people into MKL's curtain call, which is really completing a sequence that makes it impossible for Basti5 to show up. Meanwhile, the Riftmaker on Gurvez, more than enough healing in the 1v1, and when you are stacking so much base damage and bringing back a decent percentage of Omnivamp, Conqueror on top once it's at the end of the sequence. You're easily able to get this 1v1. It's why the matchup is normally Gwen favored, even if Hola has made excellent headroads.
That early advantage will at least help him stabilize as the game goes on. Be able to stay relevant inside lane matchup, but as time goes on, Gwen is just going to out-damage, out-value the Cassante as Hola finds himself in the midst of 3 members of BTU. Thankfully, his teammates are making trails towards the top side. Nodu able to make some good space. Nickel, though, is jumped upon. The Cassante just isn't dying. Finally goes down to Nord. Nodu, the lock up the Petsky. The healing from the Jin Zhao will do something. A Euphoria, however, gets stunned up and taken down. Finally, a kill for Forsland in the 16th minute of the game. Made tries to punish, but
what a backwards and forward sequence there. I've never seen a rel come over the wall. Oh, yep, Cassante died. Right, okay, we're back on track for our regularly scheduled Gwen versus Cassante setup. I've never seen a rel come over the Archon wall directly onto a top lane before. That's crazy.
It's crazy that they get away with that. Like that just seems like one of those. This is like one of those things that you would never expect to be allowed to do.
Yeah. No, B5 tried to show up in force. Not enough though. Not enough. Decent sequence out of Nord to really slow everything down. Full B5 apart. Is he just dead?
A full lockdown. Thankfully, the needlework and the skip and slash will be able to provide him ways out. But from what was a very clean, I would say, clear cut, everyone was going kind of tit for tat in the first 12 to 14 minutes of the game. B2U are really opening up. They've got 2k gold lead. They've got 2 dragons, 1 more objective pickup. Oh, in fact, they've already got the feature strength because they got first tower.
For sure. I think the confidence sort of came alive after that grub take, and they're going to show a bit more of it here. Nord going to open up. The Leandris does a lot of damage.
Though. Jump forward. Movement still coming through. Mikkel can land the route as well. In fact, doesn't even bother continuing with the play. He thinks Hilla is dead. You need to remember the fact that it is still a Cassante. Like, I feel like there was never a situation if you had another advantage for Cassante for someone to walk away. Nodu might have the luxury of doing that. Pesky jumping forward. The shield length is going to keep him up and alive for now. Basti5 maybe looking for an angle to dive, but there's no wave. In fact, the wave is continuing to push towards the tier 2 in bottom lane. And Gurvez now, after Hola has been put in the hole, is just playing the side lane. Was able to pick up first turret in the bottom lane. Now he's taken the top lane tier 1. The gold lead continuing to spiral in the favor of BTU.
The Rift Herald to use as well. No doubt they'll be looking to throw that one down mid, or maybe if we get an extended sequence, on mid could be used to crack this bottom tier 2 and inject a whole bunch more gold into Guves and really extend the lead they've managed to make for themselves in the last few minutes by splitting the top side open. Nodu just guiding force them down here. A little bit of a moment from BT where it doesn't look like they 100% know where they need to go. Lots of their waves pushing away from them. They haven't committed to a play under either tower. Dragon up in 45 seconds. So they'll be looking to get Nord through his camps nice and fast. And on to the objective with level 2 ultimates out of the marksman, mid laner, and jungle. Going to be a big deal while Guves split pushes his teleporter.
Let's get hit level at 11. Nodu jumping in. Hola is here first though, and the Rel I think will finally take a death. It's a dead jungler for a support. Why did you send Nickel for that? Immediately gets locked up with top boss and spiraling despair will do an absolute chunk. Ward will fall for his double as well. The lockup is still there. Forlorn has to flash. Hola not able to follow it through. Thankfully, that was a 4v5. And Guves is just
he's gonna get that
mousing it. And
oh,
yeah. No, just you guys do whatever. I'm gonna stay in the side lane. I'm gonna get these towers. You know what it is? It's 2014 Lars. It's like, yeah, you guys take the fights. I'm just gonna take all the towers. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I want this gold. I want the gold inside the infrastructure. You know, maybe it's a good death. It's just not yours. As BTU unable to succeed in their play on mid. And you can see there was some mixed communication there, a little bit of unhappiness as MKL jumped inside Shelly to try and sort of get out of there, aimed at the wall, aimed at the Cassandra, and it was like, oh, I'll take the tower. What could go wrong? And Euphoria reminds him exactly what could go wrong. The Nico chin. Not a lot up on the map right now outside of the Otacon Dragons.
So it's sole point for BTU. So losing the Atacon here, I feel like if Euphoria hadn't dropped that ward, Forlorn might have been tempted to walk forward and get caught. At the end of the day, I probably like apples and oranges. There is the kill there. BTU are going to try and harass Basti 5 as they try and make their way out. No needs to time his engage well though, or more to the point, just, you know, leave Euphoria to the wolves. The CC now coming through. And Pepsi melted down again as Forlorn's just walking this punch to back. There is spiraling despair on Nickel, but the damage there is simply not enough. No follow-up either. And all the while, Guves continues split pushing. He's built with 30-ish CS advantage. Another wave will be lost to the tier 2. MKR now moving towards bottom side, actually.
Gonna make huge headway.
Oh, just jump them. This should be an easy enough takedown. That is a big shutdown for MKR onto the Kai'Sa, getting himself onto the board. Actually has a considerable CS advantage over Mikkel as well. So this Kai'Sa now probably evening that 80 carry differential in terms of gold.
There's a cheeky 900 gold injection. Can't argue with it as well. B5 also prevent the Otacon takedown. Going to get a decent amount of money back. So with that, I think, and the shutdown, we are pretty much even on gold despite the bounties being up. However, Guves did pick up the dragon in the cross map, so not the end of the world. Lots of flashes taken away from B5 as well. Mid and AD carry not having that. So any small fights now before the Baron spawns is going to be the target to choose for BT.
Yeah, a pick situation for BTU, definitely looking like the order of the moment at least. Forlorn does need to be careful. 4 members of Basti 5 towards that side of the rift. He seems to understand and respect that. Nodu's, you know, can be a little bit more blasé about stepping forwards. I think knew there was at least some enemy presence in that vicinity. Going to muscle in, get some space, place some vision down. They want to have complete control of the bot side if possible, even though it's 3 minutes until a potential soul.
Volunteer to the point of contest. Rylai's from Nord just being even more of a nuisance as Forlorn fires away. We'll be able to clean away that pretty quickly. Made and MKR able to deal with that with range, and Hola with the TP on the back.
Hola really wants to set this one up trying to find an angle towards the back line. There's the jump forward from Euphoria. Nor didn't put the ultimate down, but will fall down. NKR, the team with 4 nickel, will be able to walk this one out. Nodu providing the body block.
It's a crossover though. Guvez moved back up to mid and takes the tier 2.
He took the tier 2 in top lane as well while that was happening. So 2 towers. Forceland is here as well. They could knock on the inhibitor if they wish, and Guvez is going to do just that as the members of Basti5 now move to try and contest. No ultimate there for MKR made to try and land some damage, but not enough to stop Guvez from getting out. So the fights are going quite evenly, but that, considering the fact that BTU is often playing at numbers disadvantages, that shows some very good signs. 1 minute until down, 2 minutes until a potential soul Forceland. Not going to be able to get away from this one. I say that, Apetsky does not have the health to deal with it. Muramana plus Trinity Force just doing all of the damage. 5-0 right now on that for Guvez. Facing out a little bit, I think. Forceland's just going to say, no, I don't want to take this fight. I've got so much gold. I've got a huge shutdown on me. Instead, go back. I'm going to pick up some more money to continue putting the boot into Basti 5.
It's going so well for them right now, you're right. It's not always going well in the fights, but they're normally a number down, and that number is once again picked up a tier 2 tower. Damaged a tier 3 significantly. Their vision, B2U, around this Baron is fantastic. You've got every approach into the river sorted out, and a deeper one on the blue buff if you want to catch someone out. Maybe Guvez being able to teleport behind will be the revenge this time after the tri-bush at Dragon from Soda to Euphoria. That's how many cannons do you wait?
One. One is the answer to that, I believe. Baron has spawned on at 45 seconds until a potential Infernal Soul for the side of BTU. Basti5, of course, stacking up to try and contest on towards this river. Made in the bottom lane though, so numbers would be in BTU's favor. And of course they do have the critical option of, we have 3 dragons, you have none. There's a Baron available. If you commit to the dragon, we'll just take the bigger objective and wait 5 minutes for the next Infernal to come up.
There's the risk. Away the Infernal. You can always just invite the fight. First 5v5 for these two teams in a few minutes. I'm feeling pretty confident about BTU. Euphoria, just watching, just waiting in the wings for BTU to head towards this dragon.
Oh, Euphoria finds the catch on to Nord. He has no means of protecting himself. The stopwatch, or the arm guard rather, has already been used. And the takedown onto the jungler could be massive. Euphoria making space, Ola doing the same. Made and Apetsky being annoying. The dragon is started. Gaze of the Abyss will stop BTU from getting in, and it looks like they are simply going to concede the dragon across with the jungler unavailable. Actually securing that objective was next to none.
Yeah, it was great target selection from Euphoria to be ready, to be waiting for the jungler. A clear view of blue buff was able to move in behind and just slow down BTU in this game. I think at 3,000 gold, the Artican is in there somewhere, which is just direct power and experience. Has brought B5 back up. We're now looking at a really even game. Finland versus Sweden. This looks so classic.
It's comfy. It's warm. It's nice to be back on the RPS.
We have expectations about Sweden, but Finland always just make you think twice. Just make you think twice about it.
They always are. Yeah, they're the dark horse. But BTU doing pretty damn well in this game. Not to say that Basti5 are not making them work hard for it. We see perhaps a little bit of cheeky setup. Euphoria next to Apetsky. No root lands onto Nodu though. We push this one out. I mean, this next 4 minutes is going to only get interesting if a pick opens up a Baron opportunity. Which, of course, neither team is going to be pushing.
I don't know. B5 are going to see we got 3 lanes being played here. And despite them both having teleport, B5 do have the first move on pushing down what is left of this tier 1 tower. And anyone who may feel the need to move out from under it to defend this
Guvez.
Baron.
Guvez needs to be a little bit careful, I think. Now has a flank angle, potentially, if B5 want to choose to start the Baron, and that they do. There is vision, there is the TP from Forceland coming through. The Baron's health is dropping, but not terribly quickly as the root lands onto Ola. Guvez looking for the flank angle. Look at Euphoria on the opposite side, though. Again, the Nico looking for the angle in. However, he is spotted out, looking for the angle forwards. Flash won't set that one up all that well as the curtains are called. Hola will block a majority of it. It's up to Euphoria that takes most of the damage. Guvez going forwards, trying to use the needlework. It doesn't do all that much damage. Bastu 5 are forced away from the Baron, though. There's B2U potentially looking to turn this into a mid push. Mikkel is already there. The recalls all coming through. B2U want to stop that one out. Never mind, they're just going to start the Baron up themselves. There is no vision on this objective. Mikkel pushes the mid wave in. They will now have a free run onto this Baron pickup. B2U secure the Baron, push themselves up to a 6,000 gold lead, and there's still 2 minutes on a potential soul.
Easy peasy from 3 waves down to 1. And then back onto the Baron. I think B5 sold themselves a bit short there. If they did see those cooldowns used, they saw Gwen's needlework go amiss. They probably should have tried the retake, the recall. Too long. And it just gives B2U too much time to take over, pick up the objective, and they've already been playing 3 lanes in the neutral. They no doubt will continue with Guvez's TP still up as the Gwen rushes through the top side. In a minute's time, when we're only a few seconds away from this dragon, we'll see if that Gwen is knocking on the base.
Right now, they're playing quite conservatively. Guvez pushing out the top lane, as you say. Many members of Bastu 5 towards the bot side. Forceland is the one who is sent to absorb the pressure, but respects, is fully aware of the fact that it's probably not just Ola pushing down that bottom tier 1. It will be an objective bounty secured. But in the grand scheme of things, the amount of gold picked up by B2U with that Baron, all these waves being pushed in, we see Guvez doing just that. They're going to have to be responded to by Bastu 5 in some form. Of course, will give them time to set up once again, ready for the Infernal Drake.
25 seconds away. Last recall still available. Guvez going to go back now. Oh no, he's just spending time in Fog of War, just not making it quite clear. Meanwhile, there's the BTU on the bottom side. They should be careful of going too far, but by removing the minion wave, should get a fight started.
You guys couldn't jump on. Gwen is immune, and Petsky is simply not equipped to survive. Hola has to come in to save MKR from that play as the rest of B2U shove in the bottom lane. The inhibitor will get taken down. Made is unable to deal with the Baron empowered wave. TP coming in behind. Ola does still have the all-out available. Euphoria is moving also, but Vision will spot at least the Nico out, I think. However, the Cassante is still unknown of the jump. The catch made is made into a corpse. Euphoria barely surviving the healing. Will keep him topped up. Flashes away. The ticking down will not be enough from the burn of Nord. And Ola just gets spotted out in his own jungle. Not going to be able to survive this one. Flash would do absolutely nothing. Forceland picks up his 6th kill. Baron is... Dragon rather, has spawned onto the rift, and it will be easy as pie for B2U to secure themselves the Infernal Soul.
Only 17 health left on Euphoria. Not enough to contest. Not enough to do anything but run home. Amazingly, it's still alive.
Forceland spots him out.
Oh, well, never mind. Completely gone.
In a situation like that, you don't need bodies on the dragon. It's like Nord and Mikkel alone are going to take that quickly enough, and so Forceland and Nodu get to hunting in the enemy jungle, and they find themselves a chameleon. Take themselves a recall now. They've probably got plenty of gold in pockets, more items to be secured. I mean, look at Forceland right now. 4 items.
So strong right now. So strong. 702, 3,000, 3,500 gold.
Chainlace Crushers as well, which makes a lot of sense considering the play. Now it's I mean, in the simplest terms, you can either wait 2 minutes for the next Baron, or you can keep doing exactly what you've been doing as B2U. Play waves, keep shoving them in, make it so Bastu 5 basically can't go beyond a certain point in the rift because they are completely lacking in vision. The blue wards on this rift are so few and far between.
It's so difficult step out right now. They're trying to find Nord.
Yeah, he's already gone golden though. Looking for the angle, trying to get the all-out through a wall onto him, but the CC is just too much. Dies and actually ends up taking Nodu through to his team. MKR trying to do the damage. The burst is good, but Porcelain is just too strong. Euphoria trying to run this one away. There's already 3 members down. It is the Hui and the Nico who must try to save the game. Baron has fallen off, but with a full contingent besides Nodu. Now the TP coming through from Porcelain. Only Guves gets caught by the Pop Blossom, and the turrets are going to fall down. The Gren is still alive. Made is not going to be able to do it. B2U strike first. Sweden strike first and claim the first win of the RPS.
It's not a surprise if you write it down on paper, but a backwards and forwards game. I think we will be seeing much more from both of these teams in the games to come. After the break, we are going to be moving on over, still in Group A, but we're going to have Venom Crest up against CNG, whose name I've not written out fully because I haven't quite got there yet. We'll see you after this break. I'm back in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. Ahead of the second game of the day. First game for one of our Four Nations representatives in the Venom Crest Serpents, going up against CNG Royal. So, Four Nations first, going up against the Good Game League, aka Norway's second seed. Done deal, right? Venom Crest is
Easy.
Venom Crest won
What
two
we
splits this
saying?
year, right? Like, it's clear, right? Oh wait, hang on a second.
Yeah, we had to
How did
enrich
Summer
an
go for Venom
NLC
Crest?
team. Yeah, I had to enrich an NLC team there. They had a last minute resurgence in the lower bracket, eliminated by our eventual winners, the Broads and the Friends, who we'll see a little bit later on tonight.
On
Yeah,
Saturday, there was a certain person saying a lot of things, having very high hopes, Hayes, about the team's chances. Of course, they brought in Unlimited as a coach, which is a name that should be familiar to a lot of people, has been around the scene forever, has been on the highest level of European teams in the past. We will see how much his intervention will do for this Venom Crest squad. Of course, yes, they lost Bust and Air at the end of spring to go to their main roster in NLC, as you said. But they've still got...
The thing about roster swaps, bro, is
yeah,
I can see here CNG Royal had one as well. They had it just before spring. And since then, they've come first in everything. Except spring playoffs, where they came a close second in a 5-game series. A Bitfix I see over there. It is Bitfix Gaming. It's been a minute. It's been a minute,
let's
guys.
look a bit fixed though. And what's that name I see there? Is that Banderas?
Yo.
Yeah, there's
that's a good team.
Just some really stacked names here. I'm living for it.
All right, I guess we fear Norway is the name of the game.
That's the thing though. At least the setup I was working off is
lucky as well.
We just gotta kind of fear everybody in this. I think every team here has like 100% the capacity to make a deep run. Like, if Broad are still riding high off of their win, then like they could absolutely vibe their way through this group stage to a potential promotion. Now, wouldn't that be fun, going up into a league with Ruddy? Obviously, those two teams having had... I mean, they were the Ruddy Broads at one time. Would love to see that. But of course, they have to get through 4 teams in this group and the teams on the other side. But we're talking about Group A right now. Venom Crest versus CNG Royal. Where's your focus coming here? Because, of course, I'm looking bot lanes. Because Chris Berg, Matthew have definitely been the sort of the shining point for Venom Crest. That's not to say that the rest of the team haven't done some things. There's a certain Z play out of Ketsuo that really did wow. But if we're looking on the most standard of standard days, this bot lane looks like a great thing to lean on.
Yeah, they're gonna be up against a sort of more balanced approach out of CNG Royal. I think Ploxy, Nomi have been around for a ridiculously long time, and it's sort of steeped in Norwegian history. This is the Riddles, the Nordivins, the big Norwegian teams of back in the day. The cores of those rosters are here inside of CNG Royal. So even though it's a bit of a newer org, it is leaning on what has been a long Norwegian heritage.
Would you say legacy?
I think we can say some legacy, some kings, some riddles, some puzzles, even a little bit of XL esports, which is just not something you'd associate with Norway, but back in the day.
Yes, so
if you were the best in this region, you ended up on that team.
Definitely. Expectations for this game, though, as you say, measured approach from the side of CNG Royal. I'm wondering if either team, as you say, possibly not CNG Royal, but the Serpents, whether they want to do something a little bit deceptive and try and perhaps elevate one of their solo laners. Ketsuo, I think, occurs to me as the one more likely to be gone for, not to say anything against Refresh, of course. player has been around for a very long time, was on the Paragon roster that made it to the last RPS, if I recall correctly. But is in the modern day more known for playing more to the weak side, playing more to be the enabler sort of champions. And he also very much usually isn't allowed something like the Jax, which is one of those
Mm.
champions that he can really pop off on.
All right. Scheduling for tomorrow sorted in the background.
Yep.
Udo, not surprised.
I
Phrase is,
mean,
yeah, it's,
he's not been quiet about his like, hey, just give me you, dear, bro. Trust me, bro. Just
yeah,
give me you, dear.
it's a pretty good set. I think something else we saw in our playoffs with Dragdar as well is that if you have a Lucian player right now, there's a pretty good angle to swing up through the mid game. Foxy's Gragas taken away, even more iconic than Fraser's Gragas. Would you believe it? So not a surprise to see that gone. And the Akali, Ketsuo loves his melee mids, be it the Yasuo, be it the Akali. So not going to be able to absolutely be a menace in the side lane. Instead, a little bit more measured approach. I wouldn't mind an explosive blue one here, and it is going to be the Aurora for either mid or top lane. I think Venom Crest saw what happened at
I
UKEL
mean,
finals.
Akers did some beautiful things against Belfast Storm with that champion. And of course, we do like a good old B1 flex, so Venomcrest leaning on that oldest and noblest of draft essentials. It seems that CNG were all like, oh, yeah, no, I like the sound of that. We'll do something similar. Pick up the Maokai, jungle support flex. Of course,
Okay, that's more like it. I was like, Maokai not really enough right now, in modern era, compared to
mm,
your Xin Zhao's, your Vi's, these other target access junglers. Because like, turns out catching 5 people isn't that great anymore when your mages can't pentakill people and your hyper carries are less popular. But the Jin sequences in quite nicely and makes each of those saplings such an excellent way to convert into a full pick. Corki, super high pro like we saw last game. This is probably heading down to the bot lane. Chrisberg has made great moves on it.
definitely. And we saw what Forsland was able to do. There is the Scion. That's very much feeling like the sort of thing Refresh is usually given in one of these sort of situations. Just super solid, can play towards the sides and be a gigantic, beefy wall of hit points in the later stage of the game. Allow his carries to play around him, be that sort of big anchor point. If he's not, finding weird flank angles.
He's got to be behind the back line. Second round of bans coming up. Another Gwen, not a huge shock into the Scion, although I think Scion fares a little bit better than Cassante, if just a little. Interesting enough, out of this first phase, did not see any focus on the supports unless that Maokai is headed down to the bottom lane. Because you do have the Maokai, there is not such an issue with picking up more magic damage around the map, as there will no doubt be a Malignance, not Malignance, sorry, a Bloodletter's Curse. That's the other AP item that does some shredding. Skarner taken away here.
Praise, I think it has been falling back to it sometimes.
Hmm.
And would have been another big beefy frontliner. Maybe would have allowed Mattia to go towards something more aggressive. Although we say that, not the sort of player that really goes in that direction. And we get the Z ban on blue side.
Gonna go check Valiant's OPGG. I think I may have missed some critical draft
Quite
critical
possibly.
information.
Ketsuo, of course, we talked about that Z play he made. Venom Crest making the measured decision, it seems, to not allow that to come out in this game. The question then becomes, what does Valiant wish to pick? We need to, they do need to give up this flex at some point. So either they lock in a jungler and confirm this Maokai to the support role. Nope, never mind, Yasuo.
Yep, that's what we want. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting.
So,
And
this could still be jungle, this could still be support, this could still be a top lane. Like, you could put Gwen jungle if you really wanted to. I'm not saying you do want to. I think Gwen is quite happy into the Scion.
Valiant, most played, Zed, 3 KDA, 65% over 100 games. I wonder what got him to Grandmaster.
I wonder. Yes, perhaps.
Yes, yes, interesting, interesting. Never mind.
Well, we're talking about single target pick potential junglers. There's a Vi that would fall into that. Could combo with like, I don't know, like an Ari. Doesn't have the best time into the Yasuo specifically, but you know that duo has a very, very strong pick combo.
I think we're bleeding a bit too much consistent damage in that case, and there
That
is
would be true.
always the way we want the support coming through, so it's going to be the Atlas.
Oh, of course, yeah. Wait, we know.
Yeah,
we've seen the Scion.
Fine. All right, last.
I don't know. I wouldn't have put it past the dude to pull out something like a Scion support.
It has been done before, probably not by this team, but I think a little more structured. But you're right. In the past, there have been some Venom Crests that could do that. Could be jungle,
all the way to R5.
Could be support here. So there's a lot of flexibility still left over. Interested to see, is it going to be the Rel? CNG just deciding they don't want those horns. Interesting. I'd have probably lent towards the Leona there, but they're gonna go for it. They're gonna make sure that Wolfie is set up in this bottom lane, and it can just be left to his happiness. It does mean that Phrase and Ketso coming forward onto a target do have to always have the Bard ultimate in the back of their minds. Pretty easy to reply to, and slightly shorter on the full cooldown of being able to get on top of someone as the Aurora. Interesting setup though.
Definitely. Looking across these rosters, though, CNG Royal are slightly riskier, I would say, in the sense that having their only out-and-out tank, and let's be real, Maokai's probably not even building full tank this game, is...
Oh no, we're 2 AP items, not interacting with opponents till they're half health for sure.
Yeah, which means that the amount of, like, health you have to get through in a late game team fight, Venom Crest's probably going to have a good 50 to 70% more overall health. Now, obviously, if the carries die, that's completely irrelevant, but you can have Mathieu stood at the front, you can have Refresh stood at the front, and you can have your Corki and your Aurora playing in and around. Obviously, both of those champions do like to go forward sometimes as well. But with all the space that these tanky members of Venom Crest can make, should make life a little easier for Chrisberg and Ketsuo to get their work done.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Pretty excited to see Ketsuo's Aurora. I think it suits him. Being aggressive in lane is sort of one of the biggest positives to him as a player.
Sure.
It's just as soon as there's two people on the screen and a minion wave, it's a good time.
The weirding is also nice, obviously, because it's not a projectile, if I recall. It should be able to hit through. Does it count as projectile?
You've got me there. Know. I've never played this matchup.
Me neither, but
it's gonna be one of the ones where regardless, Valiant's gonna be managing his shield just a little bit carefully, because I think Aurora one of these range champions that can meaningfully make headway through it in the early game. So there is a... I don't think they should step up here, but a ward on those Raptors would be awful value for CNG. They are going to get it from the mid.
Only ward placed down by Venom Crest is actually in the river, so they don't actually know where Ploxy is starting here, I don't believe. The question then becomes, what do CNG want to do with that? Aski will take a little damage from the Gatling cannon of Chrisberg. Of course, nothing to write home about, although did not buy any potions off the bat there on this Bard, as Valiant starts C and is just dashing all the way forwards around to Ketsuo. I'm not going to take the best of trades, but I mean that is just how the early game will be going.
Gonna prop up his HP in a second. Takes another way worse trade off the back of that, all the way down to 300 health. So I think managing to catch him in the wave with the double Q and auto. And that is the electrocute on cooldown. See if you can make the most of it. Dashing forwards once again. Dashing does help you get the shield up a little bit faster. It is distance move, but at the same time, it's a risky situation if your opponent can continue to rain down attacks through the movement.
Ketso is doing a pretty good job of that right now. Has the early advantage. Level 2 was hit first by Morphianeski, but not going to be able to do anything with it, unfortunately. The Ward will spot out Phrase on those chickens. Valiant able to get a better trade, of course, healing back up thanks to that Doran shield start. Ketsuro doesn't get to just, freely win. Has to keep the poke going, otherwise Yasuo will eventually top himself back up.
Yeah, there's going to be a second wind in there too, for sure. Maximum in combat healing, I think, Yasuo in this lane. Definitely don't want the Aurora's poke to be more effective. Taking stock of the rest of the lanes, it's all neutral so far over the first 3 levels. Not a huge surprise. Refresh, generally a different beast when he gets to RPS. We have seen him absolutely take names on Camille before, but it's been a few years. It's been a little while. Not going to be the weapon of choice this tournament, alas. Nowhere near as popular.
Sadly not. I would have loved to see it, but alas, yes, not the case. Right now, waves looking pretty even. Farm is bouncing there and back again. Phrase is now going to be the first jungler, it seems, to try and get something done on the Rift. Valiant looking to step forward, may have put himself in a rough spot. Electrocute has already been ticked through. Does have the Q3 available. Has to flash away. Ploxy is here. Not going to W. Does W forward onto Phrase, but Valiant has already left, so could be a little bit of damage. Refresh, though, is getting walked at. The shielding from the Soul Furnace will allow him to get away from Cry. Phrase,
buddy, bit far up. This Scuttle Crab, no doubt going over to CNG.
Yeah, Ploxy not going to flash for the W, but as I said, will secure the double scuttle. Phrase trying to get a little bit of early game action, unable to find anything, although the flash from Valiant is down. Of course, Yasuo is still a very, very mobile champion. Okay, so I'll take this opportunity to take a reset, come back on out with a couple of books in her library.
Let's see if Valiant does manage to get a trade back on, or will they use the TP ahead of this dragon? 15 seconds. And in my mind, I think that Impress should probably be going for this one a little earlier than we saw anyone in the last game. Refresh, no doubt going to invite some more attention. I don't think he cares.
He's very aware that Ploxy is there now. He's going to be able to walk this one out, though. TP from Valiant back towards the mid lane.
Oh, go on, Refresh.
He's just going to be 100% Roar the Slayer. Definitely. There we go. And that means that Phrase is completely free to start up that Drake on spawn as well. The question now is, does the likes of Eski want to step out of bot lane? Maybe scout out? The dragon has been started. I think they are able to infer that it has been started.
Not much.
There we go. Confirmed with the Scryer's Bloom. But yeah, first objective will be secured by the side of the Venom Crest Serpents.
Excellent. Just as a reminder, if you want to cheer for Venom Crest, we have made a little command in chat, something cute. It just spits out random messages of support. Just like Refresh supported his jungler in making sure Ploxy couldn't leave topside there. And just a little scan
one
it
place
down.
I don't know. I have to assume it was Cry. That is a spot that a lot of junglers don't often check.
It's not quite as strong as the river entrance itself with the bush, but at the same time, I don't think anyone's going to check that for a little while. We'll keep an eye and see if Phrase right-clicks through it. Also won't see him on the camp, so despite CNG popping the Scryer's Bloom, leaving this ward behind, they're not going to have perfect information. They're just going to be able to assume that Phrase has been in and out of here pretty recently, and if he does go up towards the Krugs, that's something a little bit different.
There's some pings. It seems that CNG are at least inferring that Phrase is towards his topside camps. Ploxy in the bottom side, obviously. Not a dragon for nearly 4 minutes. But that knowledge, as Phrase comes back on out, back out onto the Rift, still a minute for Grubs as well. Ketsuo not pushing, wants to be very careful about where this wave stands. I think justifiably so. What with the amount of hurt that can be put across of course, if things go pear-shaped between worlds, is also a very nice escape tool.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you want to 100-0 someone with it. Crispberg just moving up here. Level 6 for Venom Crest AD carry against 2 5s. We'll try and get a
Wolfie
few
can't
more
be
rocket barrages.
can't be far from 6, though.
Oh, you'd hope not, especially with Eski making some use of the passive. Teleport into the top lane from Cry, just on tempo, just wants to be here and ready for the grubs to spawn. As neither support has made their way up here towards the grubs. It's a pretty important game for them as well. It's another Gwen and a Scion who are both going to be hitting some infrastructure later on.
Bloxy's towards the top side right now. Phrase moving across the mid lane to potentially spot this one out. The sapling will do just that. Cry is the one with priority in top lane, so would be the first to move. Phrase deciding not to step forwards. Would be 3 members of CNG bearing down upon him, so it may just be a give on the Void Grubs. Rest of Venom Crest just aren't in a good position to aid.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Ketsu decided to take it back there. 2 solo lanes with priority. Too much risk, especially with just setting up for an all-in onto any kind of Venom Crest. Unlucky enough to stray too close. And it's a bit of a shame to see an objective take where you commit people, you commit the time, but you're not even able to sufficiently step up to the pit. But at least it isn't any direct loss of gold or experience. Let's see if Crispberg manages to keep a small lead in bottom lane, but otherwise, nearly all neutral for now. Is this, do you reckon, Brack, this is going to be the longest game today with no kills? 9 minutes?
Quite possibly.
LCK now?
Neither team seems particularly wanting to commit. Cry will spot out Phrase. Phrase needs to realize, like, I was on vision. Okay, well, where can that vision be? Control board is still there. Valiant and Ploxy now going to look to try and engage on towards Phrase. He's able to dodge away from the Nature's Grasp. Now, Refresh is the one that is caught. He's able to flash through and survive. Jump forwards, ultimate onto Valiant. The Yasuo is going through the target. No flash available. Phrase is the first to fall. Valiant still trying to get away. Refresh is able to secure the kill. Gets taken down by Ploxy. Cry will be able to skip and flash over the wall. Matthew and Eski have now joined the play. Ketsuo trying to find an angle forwards, but Ploxy is able to walk that one out. CNG get the better of the first kills.
Dragging up in 30, so all teams going to be rushing back down to this bottom lane. Pings through from Venom Crest.
With Phrase dying, he actually has the faster reset.
Yeah, it's also a Scion thing as well. Just such short death timers once you've had that effective uptime. Venom Crest already back out on the map. Nice and fast ahead of the dragon coming up. It's a cloud after an ocean, so it doesn't mean a lot on its own, but a fast soul would be great.
Valiant has an ultimate available. Ploxy looking for the angle as well. The damage not there. There's the setup into the last breath. I do not think Phrase has the damage. Ketsuo does, though. Eski not going to be able to do all that much. I say that as he lands the stun. Ploxy getting jumped towards. Ketsuo has to flash, but it will be a double kill for the Aurora. Eski unable to support his jungler. Both junglers dead though, so
win for CNG. They do manage to get the feats of warfare secured for themselves. However, you're right, that's a lot of gold over to Aurora, and I think Venom Crest will want to take this slowly. They'll want the Between Worlds back up. They're not in a rush to take this dragon right now.
no need necessarily. Of course, it's not going to be.
Oh no!
Oh, Wolfie, no flash. Ketsuo coming on in. Case of how they balance the tower damage. Mathieu will take that. He is going to shrug that off. A plate gets secured as well. Cry trying to proxy into Refresh. Will be able to push that wave through. The dragon now started off as Phrase has come out from the base. And they are working off the bet that CNG just do not want to contest this. I think that is a valid opinion to have. The second dragon will be secured.
Yeah, nowhere near. Wolfie sent all the way back to base. That dive, absolutely classic from Venom Crest. Just able to get there at the right time, see the line, and even without the Aurora ultimate, you know,
the immediate trigger ball.
More than enough for Alice. Get under the tower. take it down. Although Brack, I did enjoy for a moment, even though I know it's a losing play for Venom Crest. Just Cry being able to get under that tower and just make Scion have to deal with the proxy the other way around. It just feels good,
Yeah, taste of your own medicine.
Absolutely.
Right now, though, Gold pretty much dead even. Try, of course, is going to continue to have the better of these fights between Gwen and Scion. I say that Refresh is able to respond back pretty well, but there's a certain button, or 3 buttons, that Cry is able to push that simply completely unbalance the matchup.
It's a lot of direct power, and after the Rift Makers come through, we saw it last game. There's a lot to deal with in the 1 versus 1. Talking of 1 versus 1, Ketsuo is not going to push that mid lane wave all the way and just going to go scout out if there's anything going on behind. It's been a while since he's been on Vision.
Surely not.
Nah, too much.
Nature's Grasp coming through. Vault Breakable come across, and in fact, they are just going to leave Refresh to die.
Far too much to be behind those towers there without a line onto your opponent's jungler. At least he'll get some of the minion wave.
Yeah, that a little bit greedy, perhaps a little bit overconfident. Yeah, literally, it was literally just the Nature's Grasp out of Floxy that completely diffused that attempt. Phrase. I suppose really hoping to get the ultimate down before Cry was able to get back to the turret. Not going to pass. Platings fall. The gold is still bang on even. The kills are bang on even. The Shelly's coming up in a minute's time. If that were to be secured by the Venom Crest Serpents, of course, that would be 1-for-1 on the feats of strength. The epic monsters versus the feat of warfare. And it would just come down to first turret, of course, with Void Grubs. That money for that is on CNG's side.
For now, we'll see. I think they do have a weakened tier 1 mid and bot lane. Eski looking for the line in here.
Something going on here. Ketsuo able to dodge away. Eski taking a chunk for his trouble. Floxy looking for the W forwards, not able to find it. Can't set up for the last breath of Valiant. As the time ticks forward, Mathieu has made his way towards the top side. And in fact, all 5 members of Venom Crest, as we see Chrisberg making his own way towards the top side. They do want to secure this feat of monster slaying. So it will be started up. Getting through across the wall, of course. Not that difficult. It is a magical journey from Eski if they wish to do so. Chrisberg is catching the wave in mid here, so technically CNG are actually the ones with the numbers advantage right now, but they aren't able to step in. The push down of the Shelly was slow enough from Venom Crest that a deadly flourish that was aimed to kill merely helps them in their take.
Refresh, we're going to see a whole bunch of this. Just running away from Gwen. She's holding some scissors. It's dangerous. Don't do this at home. Stay away from it. Soul Point, minute away. Reasonably fast-paced game, despite the number of kills. Objectives not left up for too long before their take. And I think with sort of the Corki in mind, Venom Crest going to be looking towards a big spike on this one. We have the Triforces through. Vi's looking pretty strong. While it is Leandries and Haunting Geist through from Boxy, we don't have the immediate damage. We don't have Wolfie approaching the second item too fast. Yomu's is a decent bunch of damage, but it isn't comparable to the Triforce or the Ludens. For their respective champions.
Dragon is the next concern. 20 seconds time for that. Mathieu is going to lose. Never mind, I thought the Celestial Opposition would get knocked off by the sapling there. But CNG are the ones with the better side of the vision, the better presence in the river. Ketsuo was looking for a potential flank angle, not really able to find it. Foxy continuing to be annoying. There is the step forward and the engage onto the jungler. Ketsuo has the damage. The flash out from Foxy. Do some work. Exhaust onto Valiant. The curtain call not doing all that much now. Refresh is the one who's going to be tanking all of that damage. Matthew, of course, had the ultimate ticking. It now has run out. The root from Deadly Flourish does not land. Ketsuo going between worlds, though, trying to get the damage. The last breath will cause the Aurora to fall. Valiant, however, will fall to Chrisberg. Matthew is able to survive. Eski is able to get through the magical journey. The chase still coming forwards. The Valkyrie doing the damage. Ploxy not going to be able to get out. Phrase will secure that one.
Huge fight.
Just about finishes the recall. Refresh not able to interrupt.
Huge fight for Venom Crest. They will go Soul Point off the back of it as well. Big moves. Ketsuo just going down. Really thought he'd get away with it.
This is what I've been saying. The problem for CNG is that their team is not all that tanky. Ploxy is going AP, therefore you can pick him. And Venom Crest show just that. Able to take down the opposing number of Phrase and secure their third Drake. And now with Chrisberg pushing the bot side, if he's able to continue to do this for a little bit longer, that will also be first turret for them and the feats of strength secured. So looking on up for Venom Crest, even if the gold is still looking really even.
That's shiny boots. Can't argue with it at all. Yeah, 700 gold, but 3 dragons. Grubs not having made a huge difference. It hasn't been... Oh, never mind. All in on the top side. Nope, I am completely losing. That was not a Scion icon. That was the tip of a minion wave. Looking back down across the map, it's all good. It's all good. We're getting there. It's the promotional series, the post-split, the after party. Oh, summer.
That's good trip. I like that. Phrase finds Ploxy. It looks like a dive was being angled towards Chrisberg. He did get knocked up, but Valiant not able to find the angle in. Still playing this one forward. There's no mana on the Corki, however. Gets knocked up again, but Valiant cannot commit to the last breath. Not with Mattia right there.
It's just a bit of a stalemate for now. Articon 30 seconds is all the way in the top side, as far away from this bottom dive as possible. Neither team meaningfully set up around it. Christ pushed the wave, but that's about it. Not a huge amount of vision or security in the setup. There's Venom Crest just going to let this bottom tier 1 go in order to get back to mid fast.
It's a simple enough trade. Refresh will stop Eski's recall. Ketsuo went top lane to interrupt the push of Cry. Shelly put in towards the mid lane here. Is their response quick enough? They are going to send it towards top side, actually. Can it go all the way to the top turret? I assume so, and it is not all that healthy. We'll see how good Phrase is at driving. Taking his way forwards, not quite far enough. Eski taking a chunk from Chrisberg. But even though the charge didn't come through, there's enough Venom Crest members to ensure that the full suite of outer turrets will fall down. Ploxy getting run at. Chrisberg will be able to take that one down. No follow-up available. So, across the map, all going the way of the Serpents. Valiant will look for a fight on towards Refresh here, and in fact, when he's got that balk, going to do quite a bit of damage. Ketsuo finding Eski off towards the side, and the Atacon being picked up.
Should be one-sided here. No contest from CNG. Unable to carry on after those initial picks. And in contrast to last game, Brack, 3 dragons on the Atacon. There's a huge lead for Venom Crest. There is no trade backwards and forwards there. CNG just seeming to get a little bit stuck on their side lane play, not able to make the most of the Yasuo and the Gwen, who has otherwise been pretty much left to her own devices.
Venom Crest are objectively dominant in this game. They may not have the biggest gold lead as yet. But having all of these tools will, of course, compound into greater leads as the game goes on. We say that.
I think that's crazy.
Advantage. Chrisberg.
Every roll is in 500 gold of each other, except a 2,500 gold lead for Chrisberg. That's crazy. The Corki so far ahead of this Jhin right now, even if the items look kind of similar. Little bit of a cost adjustment there. Yomu's not the most expensive thing in the world, and Triforce costing a bomb.
Yes, indeed. Chrisberg with Mattia in tow, pushing up the mid lane, but they continue to respect, rightfully so, the engaged potential of CNG Royal. Next up, we're looking towards the Mountain Soul. 50 seconds time would be a clean sweep of Drakes for Venom Crest if they want to pick it up. Unlike last game, a Soul for Baron trade is simply not possible because Baron is not on the Rift yet.
We are just going that little bit faster, I think. Especially Venom Crest with these pulls on the dragon, just going first and trying to get the picks. It did cost them over those grubs, where they were a little too eager to show their hand on the dragon, but otherwise, a bit more of a measured game. Cry teleporting into mid, so CNG could go for this 5v5.
Refresh is the one that steps forward. Good stun. Phrase is the one taking most of the damage here. The Vibe needs to stay alive. Flashes away. Cry doing the damage. The healing is coming through, though he's not able. Just about. Never mind. Cry is able to secure it. Valiant follows up 2 members. Already fallen down. Never mind. Refresh. I thought he was already dead. Nope. He's just crawling away against 4 members of CNG Royal. With Phrase down, this could be a pretty 3-dragon pickup. Mattia tries to go forward, flashes out. The damage is there, though. They're just making space for Chrisberg. There's the jump forwards. Ploxy trying to put the damage down, but there's no follow-up. Another kill for Chrisberg's Corki as Ketsuo is trying to force out these remaining members. Eski is removed also. Valiant, the only survivor of the fight, despite getting a solid pick onto Phrase. Venom Crest, play it slow, play it to make space for that also crucial Corki.
I'm amazed that was 1-for-1 for so long. Venom Crest able to deal the damage on the out, and despite CNG executing fantastically back-to-back, the gold lead, this Corki strength, just a little too much, able to weave away from just enough damage to keep firing, keep going, and despite Foxy finding an angle back in, is not enough to take down Chrisberg. Venom Crest moved to Soul Point. Baron still not on the map. And I think our Four Nations side are looking pretty good, Brack. I'm happy. I think even a caster curse, not enough to stop Snakes going.
Don't say that. It's not too late.
1-0.
They're only 3k up. Chrisberg is extremely strong though. Eski getting jumped on, tries to go through the magical journey, will be able to do so. Trying to find now a locked up RCNG. Ploxy gets pulled all the way to the back line, and Between Worlds is dropping all the damage down. The follow-up is simply not possible. Valiant too low to do anything. Try if they try and slow them down, but the unstoppable onslaught of Refresh will secure those kills. Cry can try and do something, but he is locked up for 1,000,000 years, and the first seed from the Four Nations will take another fight. And oh, would you look at that? Baron's finally on the ring. Fantastically done. Playing their angles so well. They identifying their strength so well also. We talked about the big lead for Chrisberg, but look at Ketsuo now as well. 4-1-7. Only 800 gold difference to Valiant, but the amount of value that this Aurora has shown in these fights it's undeniable.
I think we're just hammering on the door and I've missed. Oh well, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes.
There's more important things going on.
Oh, doubt. Incredible doubt. So, back out on the map. Baron down. Thank you for covering that.
It's big. It's, well, what was
I don't know
for quite a while.
I don't know if what going for Ketsuo here on the side is wise, but they're going to go for it.
I mean, if they can get the numbers involved, but I mean, Between Worlds is a really good getaway tool.
Definitely not worth it throwing the Nature's Grasp at. Yeah, that's a lot of time, and it's your tier 2 on mid, so it's, that's a bit rough.
Yeah, 3-item Chrisberg. Remember, he's also, Corki's one of those carries that does not need to build attack speed boots, and therefore we've got the Armored Advance, which is buffed up by a Mountain Soul. And of course, the extra resist from those individual Mountain Dragons also. Inhibitor gone down in the middle lane. Cry trying to get some gold back for his team. Did push in the top lane, but now Ketsuo, Phrase, and the entire rest pushing this forwards. They look for an angle towards Chrisberg. They're able to get the roots. They're able to get the lockup, but the follow-up is simply impossible. The wall of meat that is phrased, that is refresh, is unassailable. They land the CC on the crucial target, and it comes to absolutely nothing.
That's absolutely brutal. Despite throwing everything at the wall, only the Yasuo.
Literally.
CNG unable to stop the advances. Venom Crest break the base.
The second inhibitor will fall down, and it looks very much to me like Venom Crest Serpents are intent on ending this game. Ketsuo is going to shepherd in the mid wave. 2 Baron empowered waves now inside the base. There is a cannon minion on the bot lane wave as well as the super minion already there. There is the Green World Floxy getting melted through. Ketsuo is going to take some damage for his trouble, but the chaos is really the factor here. The individual members of CNG are not able to organize. They are not able to put up a managed resistance, and therefore are going to get picked apart one by one. Phrase just keeping them on their fountain. It's not even about him dealing the damage necessary to kill them. He will fall, in fact, as Chrisberg walking on in. Chrisberg actually gets knocked onto the fountain, but unfortunately 4 members of CNG Royal are down, and Eski will not be enough to stop the the 4 Nations first seed from claiming their first win in the RPS.
It's unfortunate that Chrisberg does not go undefeated there, alas. But, oh, sorry, not undefeated, deathless. Deathless is the word I'm looking for. In any case, up the Venom Crest, easy peasy. 4 Nations can have a fantastic tournament. I really hope so, at least.
Quite happy with that, definitely.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Right, we're on a semi-rolling schedule, so things will be moving at sometimes a slightly unpredictable pace. We're going to take a bit of a break, and we will be back before round 3. We are covering
Up the Broad. Epic Avalanche versus Broad, I believe.
I think it is. I wrote it down somewhere else. Epic Avalanche versus Broad and Friends. We'll be back in a few. Right. I'm not being funny. The time to kill in RuneScape from like logging on and running down the producer being 8 minutes is come on guys. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? You know what we're doing? We're gonna watch Epic Avalanche versus Broad and Friends, and I hope Zoe's character got away. I don't really know how RuneScape works. It's an admission because we're here for League of Legends. Brack, we watched on Saturday the victory of a generation.
We did. Broad and Friends taking down the summer split 3-1 up against Belfast Storm. And honestly, if they show up today on the same form that they did on Saturday, I feel like they can take down literally any team in either group here. Epic Avalanche obviously coming through as the second seed from Finland, but that is not to diminish this team. Like, we have seen them numerous times in the RPS in multiple tournaments. They were known for being a bit of a wildcard squad back in the day when they had Carvox on the team. The kind of player who would pull out Fizz top and just make you play their game. Not quite so much the case anymore, but you've still got some great names in there. You've got Roy Keir, you've got Tatoy, Phelan Boltox. Obviously, Boltox is talked about a lot. A very, very strong Estonian player, the only non-Finnish player on the team. Yeah, this version of Epic Avalanche, I'm very interested to see how they operate. Again, I'm thinking less Giga Chaos. And to be fair, even if it were the case, like, Broad are probably the Four Nations team who handle shenanigans about as, I would say, perhaps the best of any of our teams, because they are, you know, just so prepared to throw out shenanigans themselves.
I do notice we have proper Panda subbed in here.
No Zeta.
We don't have Zeta tonight, which is a bit of a shame. Oh dear. It will be back later on in the night by the look of things on the roster sheet. So, hope all is well, Zeta, and you are able to do your thing. Epic Avalanche. I don't know how the seeds work, right? Because I've checked and you're right. Epic Avalanche won their group in spring, won playoffs in spring, won their group in summer, won the Finn House Cup, and have won the playoffs. So this
I'm
is
not sure either. But Master 5 are the first seed. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Or is it because no FPL too? While I go and investigate the inner workings of the FPL, Broad and Friends, what a weekend it was.
It was absolutely generational stuff. I mean, for a year where they had come close several times, for them to perform the lower bracket run that they did and show up in Stoke on the form that they did was absolutely a delight to watch.
So
you're looking a little confused.
Finland gives out championship points, but it's not like 10s and 20s. It's like very, very specific numbers. In spring, each game winner awards a point. It's a bizarro system. Every game matters because it gives you championship points. Every single game, nearly everyone gets championship points. And there are two between Epic Avalanche and Batsu 5. So despite B5 losing every final, they've won more individual games than Epic Avalanche. Which is just the way it's gonna go. That's the way it's gonna go.
The cookie crumbles.
I'm not sure about all these bands. QQR is a pretty decent Oriana. I'm having a moment where I think we might be flipped, but it's not for the same reasons it always is on UKL, I'll promise. This is the sheet we were given. Because if I was going to go up against Broad and Friends, no, it's completely correct. Things are just a bit weird as Broad lock in their very, very flexible Gragas in response to a Rumble that it will likely face off against.
I mean, of course, the happy hour healing means that Gragas is less likely to get poked out of lane by a Rumble in the early stages of the game, and when you build up some AP, if the Rumble's not careful and tries to step forwards to burn someone down atop an equalizer, he can find himself in a situation that he might not find all that favorable. A Poppy follow-up to the Gragas. That's a CC pairing if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, it's a Broad and Friends opening salvo for sure. Two very hard to kill threats. Won't be an Oriana over the top. Epic Avalanche's bans made the most of that. But well, I suppose it makes sense why we see Pantheon ban now. That would likely have come through on Blue One. An early Nocturne does imply that there's going to be a bit of a combination situation from the mid lane. EA would probably do well to lock that in now. Otherwise, that's an easy ban set for Broad in the second half.
You normally see the Noctiana, but well, they banned that one out, so we'll have to see what they want to put on.
Thinking Syndra, as it currently is only the cask from Gragas able to disrupt that. Instead, Sivir in for Viala. Interesting set. You've still got a lot of range and the ability to move quickly in between. We'll have to see whether that makes the difference as Proper Panda's Alistair comes in. We love Alistair in the Four Nations. All of our best supports play it. So we will punt people away from fights. We will engage the fights. It has been a huge pick this split.
We don't see any of the big time damage threats yet. I mean, I say that Gragas can be a big time damage threat, and in fact, Four Nations Gragases quite often do just that.
It used to be the Lichbane first angle.
Yeah, I don't. Let's say I don't expect to see that this time around. But the question becomes, I mean, it's pretty obvious we're going to see AD carry on 4 and leave open QQR's mid lane till 5, since we already see the Sivir. The question, of course, is what do we want to target away here from the side of Broad? We still have mid laner and support that we have yet to see from EA.
I think this is a Syndra ban. But I'm just going to go quickly look at what Yerp has been playing this split. Because I did have it written down, but it's lost in the notes somewhere.
That's the problem, though. You have to really compartmentalize notes, otherwise...
We got 5 games tonight, everyone. It's going to be a fun time.
BO1s, full fearless vibes.
Victor, Morgana, Ari, Nefiri? What year is it? Nefiri, Galio, Ezreal, Lee Sin.
The Morgana mid, though. So Epic Avalanche banned the Syndra.
This is not open the right player for starters. What on earth? Oh, okay, no, Yerp has got 2 names. It is the right player. Excellent. Syndra ban away at the end of it all. A bit odd to do that when you're the Nocturne side and you have an easy set of movement, but it is one of QQR's best champions.
Green Varus is still available.
The whole bunch of, Corki. Gosh, how did that get through the second phase and I didn't notice? Corki's such high priority these days. Not a shock.
We've seen it in 2 of 2 games. We've seen it win 2 of 2 games so far today. And I don't think Spark is going to be too unhappy with that pickup. Now, we need to see EA round out their draft. Okay. Sure.
It's been amazing analyzing with you, Brack. What the?
It turns out it's still the Epic Avalanche we know and love.
All right.
Throwing out the curveballs.
80 carries and Nocturne is an old one. And Nocturne can't build that tanky anymore.
Dylan, we need to go Vayne.
I don't think you do. I think Corki's going to blow Vayne's head off in short order unless it's very tanky.
Is this an angle of throw the Rumble into the mid lane, send the Vayne top into the Gragas?
Our producer tried to tell us something there, but the internal
pain
of watching this...
It's mid Rumble.
But it's just awful.
QQR Akali.
It's awful.
We know QQR.
QQR is going to rip heads. Absolutely rip heads.
The Vayne is an immense question mark. I'm happy in that Epic Avalanche are once again, or continue to be the team that just goes, we ball. I have some questions. I have several questions.
Yes. They're not going to be answered until we get to see who's who's swapping.
Does
but...
Flame Spitter outrange 5-point strike?
No, they both have sort of tips and corners on the edges. But the most important thing is it does go through the shroud. But I don't think you play it here because I think Gragas also eviscerates the Vayne. There isn't a good lane for Vayne here, which is the main issue. Unless you start to sacrifice Sivir, who might have a better time in mid. But it's very unusual and it's not synergistic with Nocturne. The draft is so
Looks like we're going.
broken that it's actually going to disappear.
It's a Vayne mid lane, it seems. If the champions that we saw in the positions they were in when the draft fell off of our screens. I'm not going to the last time I underestimated a Vayne mid lane was when Caps played it back in the day. So
yeah, there is sometimes an angle, right? And the we have to go Vayne thing sort of steps down to, is there a default fight as single target damage particularly useful? Even a little bit of disengage, but it's just odd.
Gragas
you have to be wide.
Poppy exists.
Yep.
It's really hard for Vayne to execute on these fights properly.
Yep. You can't tumble out of Alistair no matter how fast you are.
And on top of that, so yeah, you try to tumble, you might just take a belly slam. You try to tumble, you get stopped by Steadfast Presence. You try to tumble, you get caught by the Alistair combo. So
it's also Vayne likes to hang off on the wing, slightly like diagonal to the fight that's going on, because you'll cover the ground quicker than people will move away from it. So you'll often see Vayne OTPs sort of in bushes to the side, on side lanes, and then you start a rundown, and then you make the most of it. You keep your space so you don't accelerate massively in, and then you've got the damage, and you can start to split things apart. Unless the Vayne gets so far ahead, there is little compatibility with Nocturne. It's an odd choice from the Avalanche in the first game we're viewing tonight, up against Four Nations champions, Broad and friends.
There we are. Early game plays. We see Epic Avalanche moving in some numbers towards the top side, but immediately spotted out that ward will not be cleared. BL will put a little bit of damage down onto Proper Panda, but again, nothing that they are going to care about. Porp will spot the early ward placed. Doesn't need to do much about it. Just for ease of, like, are we going by the names as written on
I like
the page?
The screen.
Or
I like the screen.
We'll go by screen, because Voronezos, as far as I'm aware, is Tatooine, but we will stick to the names that we see, as you say. Proper Panda, come back on out, clear that ward. Means that, of course, now Epic Avalanche is not certain of where this Poppy is going to be starting.
Yeah,
I say that as there is another ward actually has been put down on the blue buff.
Oh damn! I had a similar jump scare when I opened Yelp's Leaguepedia page. It's a very, very Finnish name. Deeply Finnish is how I'm going to describe that language. So,
yeah,
that's level 1, easy peasy. Throughout this game, we're going to be looking for Broad to disrupt Epic Avalanche, squaring up to fights, squaring up to pushes. As with AD carries, you don't tend to have a lot of there's a lot of easy single abilities, or even abilities at all, to clear a wave. Sivir has some, Vayne very little. But with it 3, able to push.
Not very happy for both bot and mid lane, because of course, double ranged Proper Panda is not really a champion until level 2. With the Vayne ability to poke in the range versus melee matchup, it means that QQR has had to concede a little bit of early pressure. It doesn't seem like he's going to lose that much in the way of CS. He does have the Doran Shield, more than likely the second wind, as we saw from the Yasuo in the previous game. Porp, clear on out, is maintaining a decent pace, slightly slower than the Nocturne thus far.
Yeah, it's gonna be a sort of longer drawn out session. I don't expect the 2 melee lanes abroad to take over straight away, but it's about fishing for those angles. I think they're gonna have a better time at objectives a better time pushing their waves in. So it is going to be on the Avalanche. Move around better with this Karma. And an early invade is a little questionable.
Panda jumping straight on forward. The flash out is used. Voronezos is going to take a decent chunk of damage, but Corp is the one who is forced to flash. Spot still putting the damage down, has both of the summoners available. Yappa has put some pressure in there as well. Proper Panda having to flash QQR. Chasing on in is a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of summoners committed, but nobody falling down for the time being. And we have to talk about the later stage of the game, right? Because double carries available for the side of Epic Avalanche, the Severe Vein, both scaling carries also. Damage down onto QQR, the lethal tempo as well on Yepa is a potential concern. Porp getting bullied a little bit as well as Boltox refusing him to step on forwards. QQR trying to get the damage down, nearly misses when he cancels the first auto, but he will be able to secure it. We're going to see this one again. Yepa with the health lead as well. QQR just says, nah, shuriken flip, I got you, buddy.
Smooth moves there from QQR to come back in with the flash, complete the auto attack, and start off with first blood. And we will eventually get to the full stakes of this game. You're not wrong, Greg. It's a little bit CLG Season 4 Triple AD carry code. Yeah. It's not going to be the easiest wave clear outside of the Sivir. It'll be Broad and Friends.
Proper Panda making a decision of all time. The spell shield will mitigate quite a lot of damage. I don't think Spark is able to survive this. Double barrier does not matter. Boltox is still there, and that's just 2 kills into the pocket. Carlos able to kill Akers also. Despite early mid lane advantage for QQR, Epic Avalanche winning out on the sides.
Yeah, that's a brutal, quick feats of warfare from 1-0 down. A little bit of overextension on the boss side. I really thought they'd be able to do it with the barriers in trade, but Boltox still being alive does mean that Viala can keep going and take the 2 versus 2. That is a major lead for the Sivir with the push in.
Some damage onto, but their stun will fall also, and the Vayne will drop again. QQR off to a fantastic start on his Akali of all things. This could just be the person we need to accelerate.
Absolutely. It's not necessarily what he's been known for before this split, but in this split, the few Akali games QQR has played, he has absolutely taken over on. Fantastic player, able to play through the whole game. And it's been a few years of growth for him. Previously seen as not necessarily a weak point, but not the star player on the roster.
A bit of concern though, as Boltox has shown up in the mid lane. QQR needs to shuriken flip out, uses the timing to get over the wall, and the condemn helps him out.
Smooth moves. All right, we'll keep our eye on mid. We see you, QQR, as Pork goes for the dive. Gonna get the flash out of VL before Verevinus and Boltox arrive to this bottom lane. Looks like everyone's got out safely.
Majority of us probably going to look for the Dragon startup. Spark too low on health are really to step up, especially since Boltox can now just walk forward. Drop the W on him. Viala not able to get the Q down. In fact, Virot is now caught out. Pop just needs to land a Q onto him. Not quite able to get enough damage. Proper Panda still looking to chase Viala, putting the damage down. The jump forwards from Pop. He stays alive for now. The spell shield stops Proper Panda from pushing him underneath the turret. QQR looking for a roam angle down, but not able to commit as now Yepa trying to put the damage down onto him. Not level 6 yet is the Vayne, but is able to defuse the play well.
Alright, tons of low health bars. Everyone taking this very seriously. Not going to drop down Spark. Very low in this bottom lane. Should be able to clear out the wave and base. No one going to take the dragon right now. Verevinus taking a little too much on the startup, with Proper Panda coming across and making sure that he held the full brunt of the dragon's auto attacks for a little while. Vayne getting level 6. Point of weakness now over after the early game. We'll have to see if Broad can continue to make the most.
That's a good jump forwards, but Spark immediately takes the Mantra Soul Flare to the face. Cannot follow up Pop here towards the top side. In fact, 3 members of the Broad are here. Give it another one across to QQR. It seems like the carry has been identified this game.
Yeah, Wave's still pushing towards Akers as well. So it's a little bit of a
I
financial
love
victory.
the aggression. You're
Ah,
not getting
he's
it,
not
buddy.
allowed to base. No, he's not allowed to base. I'm sorry, this is not permitted.
As it stands, though, it is Epic Avalanche who are doing much better in the gold stakes. Carlos, after getting that kill onto Aka's top side, has built up a 25 CS advantage also. So it is going to be a moment before the Gragas comes properly online. QQR dacking all the way out. Boltox again coming to mid.
We're going to be able to keep the pressure on while the grubs are taken. We didn't really get to it ahead of time, but with the paranoia through, Rivenos is slightly late with his 6 and onto these grubs, but Nocturne easily taking them down with the Umbral Slash. Propaganda will spot them out just before they go down, but it pings onto the dragon as Porp will head down to take this mountain in trade. Not much vision, so I don't expect Epic Avalanche to just run through this bottom river.
Yeah. And the thing with the top lane, Aka's not expected to beat the Rumble early. He's just going to farm up, scale up. He's got the Catalyst, which means we are expecting Roa, which means we are expecting Gragas to come online quite a while from now. Still has an item to finish, and then 10 minutes after that fact before we will see him really come into his own.
Yeah, Gragas is more of a mitigation like the Galleon. Shouldn't have really seen it slip this far, but you know, it's shenanigans. It's an online tournament. There's always going to be a few moves to make.
Now is the time. Carlos is overheated and cannot play the fight out. The equalizer gets dropped, but Harry Akers decides that it is his time to die. Bob Panda able to step out. Porp will knock Voronezos out of the play. Yala trying to get the damage down. The dragon is still on 1.2k health. Boltox running away. QQR is running the way through. Porp is able to pick up that first kill. So now the TP from the respawn. Carlos is coming in. Voronezos able to pick up 1 kill. Spark will be able to Valkyrie over the wall. QQR, I thought was going to be in some dire straits, but is able to get out and around the play. The dragon is secured, is in trade for a kill or 2. QQR, though, that's not where you can be. Has to flash away.
Rod do manage to get the dragon at the end, teleport back up to the top side. Gives Akers, I think, if not a plate, at least nearly a setup for one. No, not quite there, very close. And gets for a bit of a wonky lane for a minute.
That's that's a Gragas angle right there. Roa completed, no stacks. Still going to very casually take half the health off the Vayne. No final hours, so I think Akers is well aware of the fact that the Vayne is not really going to be threatening him all that much. Carlos is currently building up stacks of the heat.
I love Phase. It's crazy. You can just walk up, bop someone, and they can only get 1 auto attack on the fadeaway. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, body slam. The slow makes it quite difficult for even a Vayne to continue the chase up. Yep, walking out of top lane now to go back towards mid to face down once again. QQR 3-0, incredibly strong at this point in the game. Still not quite able to finish a first item, but has got to be pretty darn close.
Yeah, looking across the map, we are in a lull state for the next few minutes. We don't have the Rift Herald around the corner. And we are still 3 minutes away from that second dragon. With it being Ocean Mountain, there's potential for some clouds, some Chempunks, but also Infernal. And the X-Tech still on the docket, still looking available. Ultimates, pretty safe to use in this sort of lull state. Flashes, a little bit less so. Avalanche just having the Nocturne here.
The level 6 is not there for Propaganda. The fear will come through and he will fall down, I think. The ally does have to flash for it, but that is a 3rd kill for the Sivir. You know, even be Vayne that is the main threat here. Porp, you can see, standing and waiting, looking for a potential dive angle towards the top side. Carlos is stuck against the wall. We've got the equalizer down. They're just going to hope that their damage is enough. And oh boy, is it. Porp not burning down. And another kill for QQR in the mid lane. He's level 8 here. I think down in levels, but yeah, but just unable to land the damage. Perfect execution right over the top. Flash is not going to help you at all. as he secures another one.
Brutal. 2 kills in short succession. Spark, no.
I mean, yeah, that's what happens.
That's a 3v1. That's even easier than diving the top side. Okay, we'll allow that. We'll allow that. 2 for 1 for Broad.
Yeah,
Like, what are towers, Brack? You know, just what are they?
I know. I still maintain that towers should you know, warrant a little bit more respect than perhaps they do in the current era of League.
You wouldn't even mind the Alistair was the victim of the dive, not the other way around. That's unusual. That's unusual. But, you know, still being level 5, it is the way it is. Not a big deal for Boltox, just because you start with the mantra at level 1, and while increasing it is massive, your opponent not having level 6 always going to be a bigger deal. With the Akali being 4-0 right now, is a huge advantage over Yerpa, who's going to end up blowing these summoners on cooldown. Nearly 1,000 gold plus the difference you get.
That's a step up from Yerpa. Not quite able to find the wall though is Port. The tower will get the ward will get cleared out in short order. Second Drake coming up in just over a minute's time. So again, we expect things to quiet down for a little moment, perhaps just while people, while the teams vie for vision. You can see that is an awful lot of damage coming out.
It's just going to be on repeat.
5-0. Renevus is here in the mid lane. He has the paranoia available. I just don't think he perhaps is confident in his ability to take down the Akali. We look at the wards, though, towards the dragon, which is what I was trying to point out. There is a lot more EA vision right now.
It's vision useful, and Vein Dead Carlos surely not long to follow as the wave comes in, and he's going to stick to his tower. That Rumble's in trouble.
So, despite that early kill, Carlos picks up onto Akers. It is the Gragas coming on to his own.
I love the banter you get from cross-regional play, because just letting Carlos know there's no such thing as a free recall in the Four Nations. It's not on our list of things to watch. Ocean Dragon up in 2 seconds. Neither team gonna gun straight for it. Paranoia back up. Vernevos will likely be the starter point, but once again, there is 2 million waves in this mid lane.
Trying to put the damage down onto Boltox. There is Paranoia straight over. The fear will land, but the follow-up damage is not there. You will not be able to pick up the kill. Pop putting the damage down. Spark trying to assist. Not quite going to be able to finish this one off, though. Vernevos actually able to get away. Boltox supporting him. Viala putting a lot of damage down, but it's onto proper Panda. The Alistar surviving throughout it all. A red buff burn from Pop will be able to secure the kill onto Boltox. The comma finally going down, and Yerpa is here far too late to do anything.
Unlucky from EA. They barrel in with the paranoia, but it's not enough at this stage. And with QQR still having everything available. Oh no.
Oh buddy.
It's not even close on mid lane anymore.
And I feel like we passed that a little moment ago, but yeah.
We can still celebrate it. I think we're allowed a little regional pride. Oh,
absolutely. QQR putting on a clinic with his mid lane performance this game. The Akers is after having a slightly rough time in the very early stages of the lane, is now pretty much having the lion's share of the damage of the trades. Carlos is effectively just having to sit there and take the damage. Proper Panda doesn't even use the combo, instead forces Carlos to flash away. The TP from Yerpa now coming through after the equalizer has already gone down. A little bit of split call, perhaps, or late reactions from the side of Epic Avalanche. They don't actually coordinate the play.
I don't think they're able to quite get there in time. You do have to respect the summoner spell still available, the presence that Akers brings to the game just by wiggling in the wave. Absolute unit of the Gragas player. And in the meantime, it's been an uncharacteristically slow game for Spark, as Boltox not realizing that's not his health bar anymore.
Okay, QQR perhaps getting a little bit hypey there. Jumps on in, kills Boltox, but will give over a shutdown to Viala, who is now 5-0 on that Civic.
Alright, maybe we're not all back all the time. There's a 3,000 gold lead. Spark having a quieter game despite being a clutch player I think it's fair to say, over this last split has had an awesome time.
And the Flash not quite able to find Carlos, and I think they need to get away from this one, actually. The damage is quite considerable. Boltox lands the root onto Proper Panda. Not really going to be able to threaten the kill here, I don't think, as Pop now going to put the damage down. The Mantra Renewal healing, though, is going to keep Boltox alive for a fair old while. Spark is able to get the damage down. Just needs to be covered for Proper Panda. More than able to do that. One more hit would do it. Flash auto from Spark will secure that one.
Lovely lacing with the Gatling gun there to get the Sheen proc while the auto was already through the air. You can tell Spark didn't want to flash for it, but at the end of the fight, you're only trading your jungler down for a multitude of kills.
Does he know Yerp is on the way here? He should be able to get out before
He's alright. He's got plenty of big old minion wave. You know what? There isn't a big minion wave at Bragg. It's tier 1 tap. It's gone.
Yeah, that has fallen down. Feats of Strength were claimed by Epic Avalanche, however. They were able to get the 3 kills first, and of course, the first tower also. But Broad hitting back. They have now the gold lead in their favor, and they are still technically scaling up. Like, Akers is still not fully there with the rower. There is another Hextech Proto Belt, or Rocket Belt rather. You can tell how old we are. Just like we call it Proto Belt back in the day.
Oh, yeah. We still got an item up. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Pop. You can just jump straight out. Pop is actually going to be the one who is in some trouble. Is able to come through, but Carlos's TP will secure the kill onto the Poppy.
It's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. Little overextension.
A little bit careful, actually. Just about completes his recall. That tier 1 turret in the bottom lane will be secured by EA. He's going to put Shelly down towards the bot lane as well. Continue this push. Trying to fight here. Unbreakable Will has been used. Proper Panda is surviving for a fair old while. Redemption coming through as well to keep them topped up. Yerpa very, very low, but QQI struggling to go forward. Viala finds Spark off to the side. 6 kills on this Sivir. And Epic Avalanche turn this one around. They flip the gold as well. They're now 2.5k up.
Yeah, QQR not having the ultimate after that pick in bottom lane. Articon spawning as well. Akers still going on this side. Did not have the ability to teleport in like Carlos. So instead, just going to damage the tier 2. And Broad do have that question now. They had a serious lead in mid. Will do. The Sivir does so much damage on the Nocturne. What switched alongside him.
Akers trying to get away from this one. Final hour is not going to actually allow Yerpa to chase very well. No root landing, or spear rather, as the paranoia is used. He just flashes to use the blast cone and escape. A lot committed by Epic Avalanche, and Broad and Akers specifically weather it.
Be able to hold on for now. Can't be too upset about losing Flash in a 2-for-1 play. Teleport to mid from Yerpa wants to add the numbers.
The question is, where is the Sivir right now? Viala is not in the play. Spark can put a bit of damage down, but the front line is also not all that tanky right now. I say that just as Proper Panda's ultimate comes back up, and look to the bottom of your screen. QQR looking for a flank angle. As far as we are aware, he is completely
seems undetected so far. Akers and Porp will start this one up, holding the tight angle with Spark into the river. Hard for EA to step forward, says Corki will get free reign on anyone that moves forwards, and even Sivir with the spell shield will take a whole bunch of damage.
Panda jumping forward with the Unbreakable Will. It's looking pretty breakable though, honestly. QQR has found a good angle towards the backside, jumps on in. The paranoia comes through. Akers will get taken down. Proper Panda falls as well. Viala is just too strong. Pulp and QQR are versus 3 right now. We could look to jump this one forward. Pulp is putting some good down, but the shielding from the Karma is really just too much. Viala picks up another one. It says dominating on your screen. Forget that. He is legendary now. 8-0-3. And Epic Avalanche stop the stacking. Pick up their first break of the game.
We'll go to 2-1. QQR not able to make the most of that fight. There was just a little bit too much left, despite landing the Shuriken flip onto Viala. It's a hard moment for the Broads. They need to get on top of this Sivir. She's just slippery enough to make it difficult. QQR teleporting back in to cover over the top of this Archon. They don't want to let both objectives go over. That would be a huge swing in EA's favor, who already hold the gold lead, already hold the grubs, and look to resume stacking dragons.
Gotta be careful though. Said all of those members, as the immediate paranoia comes forward, the fear tether rather, not going to go through from the unspeakable horror. Akka's able to put down some serious damage though, and with the phase rush get out again, throwing Evos down to about half health, but Voltox is right next to him. The shielding inconsiderable. Akka's has found himself in a bit of a rough situation, has to try and use the rocket belt to get out. The route, I keep calling it a route, the fear will come through eventually, but the shutdown has been found. Viala gets caught out to the side. Akka's life is the price that is paid. Proper Panda will fall down to Yerpa, but it's mostly Brods that are in close order. Spark able to pick up another shutdown onto Verenevos to jump forwards as Porp continues to land the slows. Spark coming forwards. Yerpa is being zoned out. In fact, Porp might have just decided to change his primary target, the Vayne. It's not the easiest to get onto, though, as Boltox is going to move forwards to try and cover as well. The tumble gets interrupted. Porp taking a lot of damage. Yerpa is going to be able to secure the kill. The QQR is able to trade it back. Boltox now needs to run this one away. QQR has the ultimate available, but he isn't able to land it onto the Karma. It seems like at the end of it all, it's a whole bunch of kills, it's a whole bunch of damage, but nobody will claim the Atacon.
Everyone's still wandering back towards it from Epic Avalanche as they respawn eventually. It's another tough position for Broad, unable to find a line into this Sivir. Carlos just going to start this one up. Leandries will allow him to do a whole bunch of damage to the objective, and Broad and friends dashing from mid lane to try and slow this down.
They have to wait a long time though. Porp has only just respawned. Health is already ticking down. If Spark can land heavy poke, I mean, that's some good poke actually. You have to think, of course, Gragas does exist. Stormbound Akakan has been secured. Redemption will keep them topped up. Spark getting out and away. Proper Panda, though, getting chunked down by the damage of the Vayne. QQR and Porp have now entered the fray. The Epic Avalanche are looking to get this one away. Akka's putting some damage down into Verenevos, but they're not able to do enough. Porp is found himself in the face of Viala, which is not where you want to be. Akka's needs to choose his angle. QQR trying to find the damage onto that Sivir. He's able to do so. Akka's is able to put some crazy damage down. Also, Carlos is the only survivor. Very extended play, but Broad, they take the fight in trade for the Atacam.
It's at least the restoring of the gold between the two teams. But Archon going over is a heavy, heavy blow for Broad and friends here. They want to stop this Sivir getting to a better late game position, and base adaptive force is part of that. It does extend the ceiling of the game somewhat. With another Zeal coming through, Viala is still such a huge threat here. Still all summoners available, but at least Broad and friends found the through line and took them down once more.
The fact that they found this angle twice bodes potentially well. We were talking about this Sivir being a huge worry. He was 8-0 at one point, and he looked, well, he had been basically unassailed for most of the game, but Rod, they make their calls, they find their angles, and Viala has been targeted down in 2 fights. Panda looking to try and start up another one, has to use the Unbreakable Will, and now I think he's just going to get walked down the route from Boltox. It does not land. Panda able to get out without taking too much damage, but of course, that is the Alistair ultimate down with 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. It's a Chemtech dragon for the top left overlay. There's a lot missing. I say that actually, it's only the Unbreakable Will, but that's a big ultimate to be missing.
It's a lot, especially when we've had issues controlling the front line from Sivir. Just doing too much damage. At least the poke from Spark is somewhat equalizing that right now. Akka's just going to be able to get away. Oh, no, he's going to stay behind enemy lines and is spotted.
He's just going to get jumped surely here. Viala trying to chase this one forward. Paranoia is used. The ultimate not going to be able to peel Verenevos off, and the Akkers will fall down. QQR is present, but not really going to find an engage angle. Yerpa, however, is going to be the target. Hawk able to land this gun into the wall. The damage is not enough with the follow through. Verenevos taking a good chunk of damage, but Viala, again, he is the primary important member of Epic Avalanche, and he is unassailed once again. Spark is able to get out. Corp is a running. QQR is a running. They are able to survive, but the Dragon will be a pretty free proposition. QQR tries to find an angle onto Boltox as he leaves, but is unable to do so.
Is Epic Avalanche getting an easy route back into the game now, stacking up these dragons in close fights? Let's everyone be poppy. Let's everyone have some amount of damage reduction in the bottom of your health bar, and it's super risky for Broad to keep this up. But we've seen them struggle to play wider. The Vayne and the Sivir do manage to start up a fight, even if I don't think Broad should suffer it with sufficient vision.
Jumping onto Viala, the rest of the team are nowhere nearby though.
Just slowing him down. Not a big fight. No one else around. Baron, the name of the game right now. 2 top laners with teleport headed away. 2 mid laners without, committing to help their team find the vision. With the push in top lane, might be looking for a pick here. The Vayne should be able to walk away though. And the actual rotation is Carlos coming up from bottom side. He gets one more wave. I think he's going to have that level 16. Should be able to commit a huge equalizer.
Still 15 as it stands. Akkers continuing to push in that bottom lane. Of course, has the level 16. There is the jump onto Corp. Redemption. A decent chunk. Does not the Keeper's Verdict find anybody. Propaganda is taken down. Spark just going to walk at. Also, the rundown from this Epic Avalanche comp is so hard to deal with. Final Hour is being supplemented by the On the Hunt of the Sivir. And finding that fight, like, you need to fight and win, because if you get turned around and you try to run out, there is just no way out.
It's a struggle. Rod should not have taken that fight.
Oh, QQR has to go golden. Really going to jump this one away. Verenevos trying to chase this one down. The root's not landing. There is the Fear Tether coming through. It does not proc. Once again, QQR is able to pick up that kill. Wasn't able to do all that much more. Pork falls also. The only saving grace is that Akkers has taken down the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. He's now teleporting out. As Epic Avalanche are taking down the Baron. It's only down to 6,000 health though. Proper Panda, if he's able to get in, they could disrupt this. That is the Baron secured. Akkers trying to get that damage down, but Yerpa at this point in the game is doing just too much true damage. Spock can put some damage down, but he has to be respectful of Viala, who walks right up towards him. Akkers not able to do anything here. It is Epic Avalanche picking up the Baron, and I think taking solid control of the game now.
Yeah, it's stopped being a slip and it's now well and truly a slide for Broad. They took repeated fights there where their wave was already at the tier 2 top, but it's also hard to not take a fight when the Nocturne is sufficiently supported with the Sivir, with everyone running forwards to defend them. They dash in and initiate a fight from far away. I can only say from Broad that it should have been a slightly more careful control of vision if QQR is on fog. It's really hard for even Epic Avalanche to step up right now, but at 12, 2, and 10, I think Viala is having an incredible Sivir game.
Been given so much space by his team, but yes, his positioning as well has been very good. And now he's going to Guardian Angel. So QQR just finding him on the back line is all well and good, but you've got to kill him twice. And well, the rest of Epic Avalanche aren't going to take too kindly to that notion. Pop put some damage down. They just jump straight on forwards. The response from Bron is simply not there. Pop getting taken down. Yerpa on a killing spree. Propaganda trying to get on out, but it's the Vayne damage that is coming through now. Level 16. I feel like this is just a simple stroll through the base of Broad. QQR, as fed as he may be, cannot do enough against a full 5-man stack of Epic Avalanche. Akkers was trying to push out the top lane, trying to get some gold to play this one out. They're able to defend for now. The waves coming in, I think, is good enough for them to survive right now. Hackers also trying to defend the bot inhibitor, but the wave has now arrived. Epic Avalanche will find it simple enough to walk down to that turret, take it down also, and then walk it out. They decide against landing the Killing Blow.
Won't force it through for now. QQ are not going to find anything off the backing away. 35 seconds on the dragon. Not the most consequential one by any
I want
means.
to draw your attention, if I may, to the levels of our AD carries. Spark is level 14. Proper
Yeah,
Panda is level 11. To Boltox is 14.
He's not had much time on the sides on his own. And you can kind of see why if it's Sivir versus Corki right now. It's a hard decision to make. Full build will be Allah here. We're looking down this dragon. It would take an absolute hero's recovery for Broad and Friends to even step up to this. I'm not sure it's in their best interest because if they lose this, that could be the base, that could be the game. And if they gain it, it is simply a third dragon. So not the end of the world. Not what they need to rush in for. Instead, back to the top side to make sure there is no wave near this tier 1 tower.
The question is, what's the break point here for Broad? Like, what are you waiting for to be happy to take another fight?
I'm sure there will be one. It has to be pretty much an award from EA of probably the Nocturne going down. Anyone away from Karma is still slightly vulnerable, but there's been so much mantra shielding from Boltox this game. And with the Dawn Core through, it has been doubling of health bars. Serious raid boss moments for this Sivir and Vayne. Yeah, we'll claim a tier 1 tower. Odds to still have some standing gold on the map, but they'll take it all the same.
I don't think they're too concerned. Certainly if I were them at this point, I'd be very comfortable with my position in the game. Stack up all 5 members towards the top side of the rift. Any attempt to push from Broad is met with basically an immediate end attempt from Epic Avalanche. Boltox sits off to the side just in case of a QQR flank. Hackers is looking for the angle also to put a little bit of damage down. The cask finds Yerpa, but the follow-up is simply not there.
Too much to overcome for Broad and Friends. The chip damage still continues to sail in from both sides, but it's not a huge amount. QQR waiting on an item completion or something. A home guard at the edge of the base.
Paranoia has been procced. The call has not been made though. Venevas waiting for the inhibitor turret to go down. Does not actually use the proc of the ultimate. Redemption will top up Rod a little bit, but it is met by one from Epic Avalanche also as the final inhibitor is going to drop. It is just Nexus turrets. The last garrison for the side of Rod and Friends. Opana goes in, finds a good knockup, but the follow-up damage is simply not there. The cask does some good damage. It is very disruptive. QQR has to go gold, and the damage is simply too much. The Sivir is simply too much, and Yerpa, after being behind for so long, this Vayne has come online. We have doubted the efficacy of comps from Epic Avalanche in the past, but you've got to accept when it works damn well as they take down Broad and Friends.
That's a painful one to watch. Broad had a great lead. The Karma was always in the back of mind. Like the Akali has to overcome this, especially in group settings. And it wasn't enough. You could see that there were glimmers of hope, moments, but the Sivir, too strong a spine for Broad to break through. Alas, Epic Avalanche goes to 2-0. Congratulations.
Fantastic start for them. Obviously, half the way to carrying on into the playoff section of the bracket, of course. 2 5-team groups we have here. This is but the first of 2 days of... Is it 2 or 3 days of main games? Yes, that's right.
3 days. Tons of fun. We're going to be back after this break with another match, and it shouldn't be too long this time as both the preceding ones have already finished.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Welcome back to the NLC RPS.
Oh my god.
We in draft?
Straight in. Let's
Hey!
go. Oh, right. Just let's sort that one out for a second. Venom Crest Serpents up against B2U. You've seen these two teams already, both with a victory on this stream tonight. Easy peasy. It's just everyone must think we're Reganga Udo merchants, Luna. It's crazy.
Yeah? Well, we have to say, the games we've seen from these two tonight are very interesting.
Yeah. It's been a time. It's been a time.
Now.
Alright. Sorry, I'm
One of our own.
just getting caught up with the admin channels, and there were loads of like votes on something. I was like, what has occurred? Nothing. Absolutely nothing of interest. Shaco ban away from Nord. Not crazy. One of your favorite junglers in the tournament.
Yes, one of my own personal favorites anyway. Slight bias there from my time working with Nord. Definitely liked the Shaco a little bit. Never got to play it with me, I'd like to add. That being said, definitely an annoying jungler at the best of times.
We also saw Ketsuo's incredible Aurora earlier today, immediately drawing a ban after its first showing. And I think it's like a Chris Berg thing, but also kind of a UK thing. We've had plenty of Lucian in our Fearless sort of setup, so maybe wanting to avoid a 2v2 overpower in the bottom lane. Corki has been the pick of the evening, though. He's so strong right now. It's almost like it's nearly Worlds or something.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah,
That being
it's
said,
crazy.
Azir is not as strong as he could be, but Azir Corki kind of died out when Corki became an AD carry. Quay going to be the response. Could be flex, but very likely just going into the mid lane.
Yeah, it's been the first pick of both games. B2U, despite being on different side of the draft, they loved going towards this way. It didn't immediately take off in the previous game, but it did allow the wave clear and sort of greater setup to come through. If I'm going to pair something with Quay, last time it was a little bit more engaged focused. The Draven's certainly a statement down into the Corki. The 1v1 is there, but he's a little fragile, is our boy with axes.
Yeah, definitely a little bit. Not something I had down as one of MKL's primo picks. Maybe that has changed since last time I saw this player really flourish, which was the same spot I was in NLC Division 2 with Nord. As
you know what? I haven't seen him since Garden Gaming either. And very interestingly, if you go on Leaguepedia, there has not been a single game recorded in match history since that day. So I'm gonna have to go check out Liquipedia and maybe some regional league websites later on to get the good details. Now, Venom Crest 2-3ing here with the Maokai and the Scion. Its target access, it's a bit beefy in the front line. It does set up for a mage mid because you are completely fine with tons of magic damage with the Bloodletter's Curse build, which has been so popular with the Maokai. If I was B2U here, I'd be looking across from this. I'd be saying, maybe I want my jungler and maybe I want my support with a favorable matchup. The Trundle that was banned away from them in game 1 instead will be the pick, jungling next to Way.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Something that Nord is definitely comfortable on. I'm shocked by the Insta Scion on 3 for refresh, though. This is not something we've come to really synonymize with this player over time.
The split may be a bit more than in the past.
Well, this split more so than the past, but definitely still not an expected slam this early on.
I did sort of mention the first game they had on is like, guys, refresh your RPS, like lock in Camille, let's go. Oh no, what year is it? Like, can't really do that anymore. A bit of a struggle. Trundle maybe being hinted at as a support flex here. It would be a throwback of about 10 years. Don't think Ramsey's ever going to watch this, but your incredible Trundle support was inspirational. Nautilus ban away. So if this succeeds, they've pulled a lot out of Venom Crest in draft. Does sort of empower that player versus player combat. The Pillar plus Draven means no matter which way you sort of lean to go around, Axis can push them back into the middle or come up with some huge displacement. So we'll see if that flex comes through. Ketsuo drew an Akali ban earlier today. QQR played Akali last game. The Four Nations. We are just so good at Akali right now. Not shocked to see it banned away.
Yeah, definitely one of the historically one of the more flashy champions we see come out of the Four Nations mid laners. Is Thresh going to be that last ban away from Nodu?
Fresh to me says Trundle support. This is crazy.
Yeah. They know something.
What?
No, going
Okay,
to
they're
be
keeping
the
it
next
open.
lock-in.
I really don't like this, Luna. I'm worried. Trundle support is not very fair. It's not very nice.
It's definitely something I could see Nodu doing as well. Is the worst thing. It's definitely something I could see this player pulling out of nowhere. We'll see how Venom Crest round their composition off. Of course, this Maokai could still go into support at this point, although that is not what we expect. Phrase, a big fan of these tankier engage-centric junglers, the more facilitators, historically speaking, is Ketsuo. Just gonna slam the Zed. Happily take that one for himself. A solid matchup into the way as well.
King of the melee mid laners. He's doing
Indeed.
it again. He's doing it again. Last pick here. Support. I've said the word Leona twice tonight. I still believe in it. I still think it's really nice with these sorts of setups. Rel on the table. Same chicken should not been banned earlier. Alistair. We really love our Alistair. All of them decent picks.
Nami.
Alistair wouldn't have been bad into the Draven at all because you can just headbutt. You challenge the immediate interruption. You can buy some space. Nami says we're going to 2v2, and I hope your support's up to the task. If that is Trundle support, Nami is like a giga brain against it. This is going to hold him at arm's length and might be the flex away as a consequence.
Well, only a couple of seconds left on this lock-in to find out. Expecting something like a Blitzcrank. There it is.
Oh!
Exactly what I expect out of Nodu. This is something that the last time I saw this player play in NLC Division 2 was a primo pick, made my life a living hellfire, and Shaka's as well at the time. A very, very effective player on this Blitzcrank, and into one of these enchanters can really run away with the game and start this Draven on a snowball.
That's a fantastic read there. That's awesome. Yeah, Blitzcrank just going to make sure that the enchanter that, wants to keep space. You want to keep your core JJ triangles up. Get on his YouTube if you don't know what how to 2v2 anything. He will teach you. And just making sure that you can focus them down together. And no matter which way that enchanter plays, even if it's a polymorph from a Lulu, you're still going to win the 2v2 out. No pressure, though, because there is nothing more useless for Blitzcrank that does not land there.
This is true. Onus is very much on Nodu to get those hooks going and get this Draven rolling in this game. MKL should be the focal point of the early game for both of these teams. A Draven that does not have a lead is not really a champion, and this Corki on the other side going to be happy to sit and scale if that is what the game takes. That being said, my eyes are on Ketsuo.
Oh, yes. Zed for this guy, so much fun, so stylish. We might get a little montage reel if we're lucky. And when you're up against the Hui, it can be a little bit hard to clean the wave out and sort of keep ahead on things. There's a tight clock on when you need to be on mid lane. But before that, I think Venom Crest are going to give us a fun level 1.
Which is not what you'd expect with the Blitzcrank on the other side. Maybe
Oh,
just
no,
a
they're-
cover.
Yeah,
No.
we're, if Blitzcrank dares to step into the wrong bush, dares to find out if there are 5 players waiting, definitely the best way to counter him. Does mean you give up that width. Defending from invades, though.
There's going to be nothing. Could be a late invade. We see Nodu moving back down towards MKL Northern Forceland here, in towards the chickens. Could see something happen 10 seconds before the camp spawns, but they won't find anybody, with Phrase moving on up towards that top side.
It's a delayed invade, so you're hoping to find the jungler here. And without it, you will simply be onto the buff. We'll have to see if... Oh no, it's all the way with Dragon Pip. There's going to be no shenanigans. I don't think... Venom Crest are going to notice this unless MKL and Nodu take their time here. They are not on the minion wave, and unless they arc all the way around on this cone of vision, it will be clear they've come from the tri-bush. Yeah, not so. They should know now.
Yep, should be at least somewhat aware that Nord is likely in Fraser's bot sites. We'll see if we get a bit of a split map situation, but if we do, it's not the best situation to be in the world for Venom Crest. You want to be playing to your tankier side. See if Phrase makes any adaptations. It does look like he's still moving down towards
Oh,
that
man.
bottom side for now, though.
It's a full reversal. That means Phrase will have to cross mid lane and the rivers to be able to go across and continue farming. Crispr going low here. This is Draven's time to shine.
Already heal and barrier used, along with the ignite from Nodu. Does put the summoner advantage on the side of B2U. That being said, the Nami healing should be able to keep Chrisberg at least a little bit healthy, so if something does happen, Venom Crest could hold the upper hand. But early game Draven damage is still early game Draven damage.
It's really strong. Now, a little bit of time travel for you all. We're actually a little bit in the future, so I'm just going to start the poll on who's winning this game real fast.
That's a good point. Where's your money on in this game, Temporal? Where are you thinking?
Come on, Venom Crest, please. Come on, don't do me like Broad just did me. It's a tough time.
Game of all time.
So painful to be so far ahead. Oh dear, little bit of a technical issue, as it seems the server kind of went funny. If everyone is saying they lagged. Refresh has got no health. Neither AD has got any health. I wouldn't be surprised with the way that they were just hammering at each other, that they both stood still, because no one got hooked. That's normally how that interaction goes. We are just going to wait for referees to get involved and find out what's going on.
Bit of an awkward one. If everybody starts to lag out at the same time, you can't really tell what's what and what have you. This is a very awkward situation to be in, as Phrase, though, as you were mentioning, has to cross both mid and river in order to be able to get a second quadrant, and it'll only be a second blue quadrant.
And on a slower clearing jungler too. As in excellent news, I've finished my dinner.
Brilliant! Love to hear.
I think, unless we have a clear line from the referees, we should probably just come back to us. Let's podcast a little.
So.
Here's to only being an authentic series if there's a pause.
Oh, but of course. Can't have any game, including a UK team, without a pause. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, it's just the way it should go. It's a rite of passage. I'm not gonna open the sour cream and onion crisps next to me. We're gonna behave ourselves, and we're gonna talk about the tournament structure, because I've had a brief look, and we got our little segments, but we haven't really addressed it on stream. So as I dodge past Norway's esports series, 3 pools of teams, pool 1 and 2, which is all of the first seeds from the national leagues. Venom Crest, Arb, Bus25, as I was corrected earlier, Bitfix Gaming, and B2U. So Venom Crest versus B2U here. Excuse me. Broad and Friends, so in pool 2, all the second seeds. Broad and Friends are champions from this weekend past in the UK All Four Nations. Fortress, second seed from the LCD. Epic Avalanche, who did you see me and mine and Bragg's discussion earlier, Luna? Because they're the
vaguely.
second seed with 64 championship points behind 67. Do you know how you get championship points in the Finnish Pro League?
Is it placement?
You win a game.
Are you kidding?
That makes no sense to me. So
What?
Epic Avalanche have won every single event this split.
And they're second seed. How the hell did somebody get higher than them?
They beat Batsu 5 in the finals, and then the second seed, and then they just get to eviscerate Broad and Friends. So I'm gonna call this like horrendous bias and every incorrect sort of assertion you can make without justification. Because Finns, Friends, Clavis. What's that about? What's that about?
I don't quite understand how they've ended up lower if they won everything. But
yeah,
hey
but
ho.
3. So it's 3 games. Oh, there goes the microphone. It's 3 games over the course of the year. They have won fewer. They've won every finals. They won every match that mattered.
They just lost 3 individual games.
Well, no, it's just crazy. They've won 3 less. They won 3 less. It's like, come on now. What's this format about? Huh? It's a funny format. maybe I need to investigate it a bit more, but I think that's crazy. From the GG League and from Norway, CNG Royal, who we saw in the last game, have an awesome Vayne Sivir combo that just really hurt me inside. That's okay. And then the second seed, well known in the Swedish online league, is Leo Esports, who I am pretty familiar with just because they're really good. And Rusty Sniper is one hell of a machine. Any familiar names to you there?
Yeah, Rusty Sniper also very familiar to me. Very, very solid player.
I love dropping. What was it? A 27 bomb against LR. Easy.
Oh yeah, incredibly wild. Of course, we've got MKR and MKL.
Yeah.
B5 and B2U respectively.
First game of the day was a real pronunciation.
Both recognized games for myself individually. Of course, Nodu and Nord and Forceland, as mentioned. Ola also played in that NLC 2 split on Invulnerables towards the beginning.
Yes.
Who else have we got? Let's have a look, see, because I've got it open on my screen next to me. We've got Noring, Dovendir.
Oh, Dovendir's a hero. Love that guy.
Both also very recognizable names. Lofty and Rusty Sniper. And Cast on Leo.
Mm-hmm.
Boltox from Epic Avalanche.
See, I didn't know Boltox before last game,
No?
and now I'm just frustrated that I watched Karma double everyone's health bars and run at people. It was a good time. It was a good time.
Manster Thornton Dagger from AAB. As well as Banderas and Haha from BFG.
Oh yeah, BFG are, in my mind, the squad to win it all. But we'll see. We'll see. We are having major issues with the tournament realm right now, so please bear with us. There's going to be a little bit of a podcast. If you do want to say something in chat that we can respond to, we would like to talk to you. This is that kind of show. We're okay with saying hi to people.
Hello.
Just to finish up on the format. Hello, idiot. What's the just the little turtle? Get some Tomska skits in here. Hello. Gaboom.
Hello.
Top 2 from each group will progress into a cross-group single elimination bracket, and then winners of those best-of-5 series will then play a final best-of-5 series, of which the winner faces off against Chaos Esports. Previous from Denmark?
Yes.
Pretty sure they're from Denmark.
I think so.
Norway, no! The red flags. Duckling will be so upset with me. Norwegian roster. Actually, I did know that because Sharp is my hero. Norwegian roster for the place in the NLC Winter 2026 split, which is the big old prize of the regional promotional series. Who's on this Chaos roster? Shall we have a look?
Let's have a look.
Ooh, I recognize the bot lane especially of Ray and Snilla. That's one hell of a bot lane. And would you look at that? Right. Hold up. I've redeemed myself here a little bit. Norwegian org, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Which one of the players on this roster are not Danish? Vayu, Sjakal, Scuffed, Ray, Snilla, Rizdregan, and Eski. Which one is not Danish?
I'm going to say the third one. There's a lot of names down. I can't remember them all, but I'm going to say the third one.
Yeah, it's a trick. There's none of them. This is a full Danish roster. All 7 players are very much from Denmark. So I know where that's come from. Yeah, that was brutal of me. Sorry. So yeah, that's 7 incredible Danish players. Right, are we back in game? Oh, we're okay. We're trying our hardest to fix the game. As our observer is showing us, this is...
It would seem everybody has left.
Yes, this is a tough one. I'm sure referees will be in contact in short order. I'm just gonna... Oh, here we go. Right, everyone's on the same page as us where we're asking what's going on and if the match is to be continued. Unfortunately, that would be absolutely... There's a word I'm looking for here. This will be very impactful, Luna, just because we did have all of those level 1 shenanigans. We had the invade. We've had a lot going on in the first 2.5 minutes. And we're just gonna go say hi to Maddie right now.
Say hello to Feemsh. Definitely be very, very impactful though, as you say.
Hi, Nami. How you doing? She's running out of here. They're getting away.
She's gone. Corky in his little toy brick toy plane.
I love.
What's he holding on to?
So much. He's his dreams. No, it's VR. It's VR. Come on now.
Oh, okay.
Come on now. Look at that chicken. That chicken is from Fortnite. Control scheme is certainly Fortnite appropriate. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one right now.
The
So
minion's robe has. It's feet.
He's leaning all the way back. He's got the grippers on camera.
Kitties.
Oh.
Blitz and crank.
This is exactly what you tuned in for. Oh dear. Right. The struggles. League of Legends is just so beautiful when you can go on a bit of a tour. It's some of my favorite RPG games, which I was playing earlier today, but are from a direct competitor to good old Riot Games, who we love to bits. Have like fully rendered maps. You know, it's not just the bit your character is on. It's like this whole room. And at the time when this game was released, it was really quite graphically intense. But today, when you could run it on a peanut and maybe a small power supply. A GPU from like the Middle Ages. It just looks so beautiful, and I've always appreciated that. Also, the Riot games do seem real beautiful. Be it Runeterra, so good that I think it's a heavy inspiration for Riftband. The way the cards have ended up. Oh, we love them. We love them. Get that flag on. Get that flag on him. And even 2KO. Have you played much 2KO yet, Loon?
I've not. I'm not a fighting game player. I don't really have the hand-eye coordination for it, although it does look very interesting.
Okay. We have news from head honcho over at League Operations from Big Tiv himself. Both games are terminated and the TR is currently offline. So we're going to explore this a little bit longer while League Ops present a full solution for the evening. But currently, this is in discussion as with what to do. The games are no longer on the server. So we're going to come back to us for a minute. It's a shame. We were off for some action there, weren't we?
We were. There was a bit of fighting in the Vart lane. Some good invades coming in from Nord to really put Phrase in an awkward situation. Yeah, really looking forward. And Ketsuo Z, everything was ready for us.
It was brutal. I was looking forward to like the Venom Crest progression through the game because I think Ketsuo Z is dead exciting. We had the Nami who like can be victim to the Blitz, but also can provide the damage to overpower Blitz's partner, and it puts a lot of pressure on a fantastic support player in Nodu, who we were looking forward to the gameplay of. Oh, it's been a long night, everyone, and we're very sorry that the second monitor gaming isn't even going ahead. We're not able to tell you who is going to win this game because we're not sure.
It's not being played.
Okay, no, right. More updates from HQ. This game will be remade with a new draft and a new set of everything. I have had a brief skim over the rulebook. However, my rules expertise is in card games, not in online League Operations. That's why no one at ESL in 2014 was friends with me, because I said some words about their rulebooks. I'm going to let the smart, important people whose job this is to tell me why this is going ahead, because frankly, in my mind, sometimes in card games, there's just like no good solution. I don't think there's a good solution to 2 games in with a very crystalline strategy, having the large, expensive, and generally quite reliable infrastructure go down. Justification. I'm not going to read this all out, but it's a pretty good reason as to why you can't just start again. There in the ops channel. So we're going to start again. I think we're going to take a cheeky break. Luna, you want a cheeky break or you want to yap?
Is there much to yap about until draft comes around? I think we've done a good bit of yapping at this point.
Fair enough. All right, we're going to hit a swift break. while the lobby is refilled. And then we'll be back to you. We're a bit behind schedule now, but hey, it's always going to be fun. We'll see you in a few minutes, yeah? Hey everyone, I've got crisps. Luna, what have you got?
I have my phones.
Yo, I love phones. Okay, everyone, as you may have
Eevee.
noticed, yo, I love Eevee.
Hang on.
Yo, go get the Eevee.
Wow.
While
There's two.
There's two. No, I don't believe in bad news, Zoe from production. You're not in this universe. I'm in control here. I'm not. She's in charge. I love the Eevees. You may have seen that we did the first 2.5 minutes of BTU versus Venom Crest. It was a really cool and interesting game. Unfortunately, if you carried on watching, you may have also noticed that game stopped. And everyone left. And the server went down. This is affecting all tournament realms that the EMEA Masters and NLC RPS are using. And from a brief look over Twitter, it seems to be killing the live servers as well, with loss prevented hopefully going up soon. So, games aren't going to get played tonight. I don't know how many of you know how much about infrastructure, but at 10 p.m. Germany time, you tend to not be able to fix the complicated issues. And that's not a problem. It's just the way it goes. So, we're going to wish you all a fantastic evening. If you want to look back over the VOD, watch some scores, watch some casting, we will hopefully have more of Luna another day, but me and Brack took you through the first 3. And we're going to have to share an update with you about rescheduled games on Twitter, because that's the way we're going to have to roll. So we are done for this evening. It's all done. I've got my crisps. Luna's got her Eevee. We've had our fun, and we'll be seeing you in the future for more NLC RPS. We'll see you next time.